Good afternoon. Welcome to Sportstock, the University of East London, for day one of the 2022 Commonwealth Fencing Championships. Today we have on offer on our live stream the men's individual epee senior, the women's individual foil senior, but we will be beginning with the last 16 round of the women's individual sabre, and we will be picking up with number 1 seed, defending champion on our right, Bhavani Devi of India, and she is taking on Davis, number 17 ranked from England. Bhavani on our right, Davis on our left. Immediately you can see early stages of this. Bhavani Devi looking very confident, world rank number 42, and be looking at just the urgency and the intensity with which she's coming off the starting line. Referee for this match, Jen Sancroft of Scotland, supported on the video referee, Joe Pearce. It's aggressive attacks from Devi, starting with really high intensity with her footwork, putting Davis under pressure. Davis at the moment has begun this match looking like she wants to wait out and watch what Bhavani Devi is doing. However, Bhavani Devi is so accurate and so precise off the line that she's not giving Davis time to settle. Davis forced to come out on the attack, and Bhavani Devi can slow the match down, take her time now. It's been a first half into the minute break, and it's been a first half of aggressive attacks off the line from Bhavani Devi. She's looking very strong early doors. 8-2 is the lead. Looking around the other pistes. On yellow, Carnac of England leads Westwell of Wales 8-6. On green, Potter of England leads Nightingale of England 4-2. And on red, it is 7 apiece between Dakin of Scotland and Harge of Australia. But we will be staying with the blue piste for the second half of this match. Bhavani Devi against Davis. So the important question really will be what answer will Davis have to the aggressive attacks of Bhavani Devi off of the line, and if she does find an answer, how then will the match evolve with the change of tactics? Immediately aggressive off the line from Davis. Bhavani Devi is able to make it miss, but then Davis picks up the counter attack. A slower start this time from Davis. Bhavani Devi is anticipating that Davis will be going fast. Davis is able to slow down, see that Bhavani Devi is looking to defend, and then attack. This time more aggressive from Bhavani Devi. She comes off the line showing real intent, forces the short action from Davis, and then is able to score with the riposte afterwards. It's aggressive attacks from Bhavani Devi, but what's really impressive is how she's not committing deep with her first couple of steps in the middle, which would make it easier for Davis to either read it or hit on preparation as Bhavani Devi's building. It's composed from Bhavani Devi every time. She's balanced at the start. She doesn't go in far. She goes in a distance where she knows she can accelerate if she needs to, but she also gives herself room to defend, and it means that then she's balanced like this to be able to take the attack. Really consistent fencing from the number 1 seed and the highest ranked, world ranked fencer in the competition. Davis has been able to match her speed and intensity off the line now in the second half, but it's the consistency with which Bhavani Devi is starting the points, that means that she's now able every time to take the second action if there's an opportunity to take it up. You can see now that Bhavani Devi has just slowed the match down now, banking that Davis has matched her tempo so she can afford to go slower and wait. And then final action, aggressive attack off the line. Bhavani Devi through to the quarterfinals, looking in good form for the next match. Composed from the Indian #1 seed and highest ranked fencer, she moves into the quarterfinals. We will now be moving across to the red piste, where we have Dixon of Scotland on our left, leading Haj of Australia on our right. We pick the match up at 10 apiece now. And it's an impressive counter-attack from Dixon, using every inch of the piste, making the most of her opportunity to force a mistake from Haj's long attack, and finds the counter-attack on the wrist. Committed attack in the middle. From Haj. Dixon thinks about going for a video review. Sides against this time, though. Dixon much more precise, much more clear off the line. The mistake is evident from Haj, and Dixon is able to score in the middle with an attack. And now makes miss and scores. This would be a good upset for Dixon, who coming into this was 10th seed against Haj, 7th seed. This time, and again, the attack misses. Dixon draws the attack, and like what we saw with Bhavani Devi, Dixon is disciplined in the middle of the piste. Her first few steps not committing her too far. Referee Selig goes and looks at the video of his own volition. 14-11, maybe a hint that Dixon was ahead of the ahead in the middle. But the referees will want to check again. Referee Mike Selig is the main referee. Finally, attack is given to the left on video. Victory for Dixon. She goes through 15-11. And it is a victory for Dixon, taking her through to the last 8. We will now go to the final remaining match in this wave of last 16 matches. And that is on the yellow piste, where Karnak of England, who is on our left, is up 13-9 over Westwell of Wales. Westwell, a young fencer, still a junior and under 20. We will see much of her over the championships, competing in the junior event as well as the senior event. Two aggressive but controlled attacks from Westwell. She brings it back within 2. Referee for this match is Andreas Duvis of Greece. Again, a calm preparation from Westwell. She balances, goes in calm, and now she's able to take up the attack. Pushes very calm down the piece. She is back within 1. The score is now 12-13. This time, though, Westwell goes in a bit further. She goes in a bit too deep. Karnak is able to prepare to score and land the attack. Aggressive attack again from Westwell. When she's attacking aggressively, then she's able to score. Can she take advantage of this now? The same again. Westwell is attacking aggressively. Karnak is waiting and watching. Westwell brings it level, 14 apiece. Almost inevitably, you would expect another attack from Westwell. This time, Karnak able to defend. She's on the attack now, pushing. Pushing, pushing. Finally, she scores. 1 light on the back line. It's a great finish from Karnak of England. 15-14. She is through to the quarterfinals. The second wave of matches about to begin. We will be moving to the red piste. First match, our second match up on the red piste. And we will be looking at the second seed from Australia, Veronika Vasilyeva, junior world rank number 12. And she will be taking on Zhang of Canada, who will be on our right. Vasilyeva, Australia, on our left, second seed, and she will be taking on Zhang of Canada. Referee for this match is Ochevedo. He will be supported by Selig on the video referee. Nimble from Zhang early on. She skips out of the way and is able to then take up the attack, puts the pressure on, forces the counter-attack from Valieva, and then is able to score. You can see two different approaches from that point. Valieva looking to start aggressively, looking to start fast, force a response. Zhang taking her time much, much more. And you can see again, Zhang is really taking her time in the middle of the piece, waiting for Valieva to commit before picking her option to defend. And now she's building an attack. Patient again. The attack continues, Valieva's patience wears out, and Zhang is able to continue through with the attack. This time, Zhang bites early. She goes in, still going in slow and waiting, but she bites early. Valieva able to force a reaction from her and attack. This time, Zhang ups the pace, ups the tempo, goes in, attacks of her own volition. Valieva's caught flat-footed, looking to defend. Valieva now is slowed down. She understands the game that Zhang is looking to play, and now they're both looking to wait each other out in the middle of the piece, let the other one commit first and then go. Good action this time from Valieva. She starts off looking as if she's going to wait, then accelerates and scores. Valieva this time ups the pace, so she's changing her pace at the start really well as the Australian, sometimes going slow, waiting out the response from her opponents, sometimes, like this time, attacking straight off the line. Zhang has predominantly looked to wait and watch her opponent off the line, which proved successful in the early couple of exchanges, but with Valieva mixing up the way that she is starting, she's going to have to adapt. Either look to really wait out the response, being aware that Valieva may rush her, or she's going to have to adapt herself and look to mix up between going aggressive and imposing herself on Valieva, and then earning the right to wait for and draw mistakes from the Australian fencer. This time Valieva ups the pace again. Zhang bites, looks for the attack on preparation. It's not there because Valieva is shoulder with the deceptive footwork, and she's able to take the parry. Slower this time from Valieva, but a much more committed attack from Zhang means that she's able to take advantage and score. Both start slow this time. Valieva's the one that recognizes it and recognizes that there's an opportunity with the distance to go and score. 8-5 at the break, a slight edge for Valieva, but in terms of the structure of the match, this maybe comes at quite a good time for Zhang. Is she able to recognize that there's options, whether she's going slower or whether she's going faster? But to make sure that she's mixing up how she starts so that she can mix between going aggressive and going slow, or if she's going to be looking to really stick with a wait and see approach in the middle, she needs to be really disciplined with her distance. We saw this in the very first match that we covered with Bhavani Devi, where Bhavani Devi was able to mix between being aggressive and waiting, but the hallmark of it was being really consistent with the distance to make sure that she was making no mistakes. Looking around the rest of the hall, on blue, Robbins Wilkinson of England is 8-3 up against Zhao of Australia. On yellow, Hyam of Scotland is 8-4 up against Llewellyn, also of Scotland. And on green, Taylor of Northern Ireland is up, now level 10 apiece with Nguyen of Australia, but we will stay on red. Discipline from Valieva in the middle. She goes in early and she reaps the reward. She goes in both paws, but she doesn't commit, doesn't rush. Zhang dives in with the attack, and Valieva is able to make it miss and take it up. Good discipline again from Valieva. She's made to miss, but the discipline and distance at the start is good. And she gets the counter parry, but she misses the riposte. Zhang is able to score with the remise of the attack. 9-6. This time, Valieva's discipline pays off. She goes in aggressively, but she doesn't commit too far in. Means that she's able to skip out of the way of the attack and take the parry. Aggressive attack off the line initially from Valieva is made to miss by Zhang, who's comfortable waiting for that and drawing it short to make miss. And again, it's the same as what we saw previously. Zhang wants it to be an attack and is indeed called for video. Zhang looking to attack early and attack aggressively. Valieva has shortened up her distance in the in this part of the second half. She's not committing as far in, which is giving her more opportunities on defense to be able to parry the aggressive attack from Zhang. Over on green, 14 apiece. Taylor of Northern Ireland on the attack scores. She came from 13-14 down against Nguyen of Australia. She is through to the quarterfinals. Referee Acevedo has returned and stays with his initial decision of parry. Again, aggressive attack off the line from Valieva. She's done this twice now in the second half. Both times have provided points for Zhang. If she wants to attack like this, she's been more profitable waiting for the opportunity, letting Zhang commit going backwards first, as she just did, and then attacking. What answers has Zhang got? Zhang starting slow, but she's not able to seize the moment. Valieva one step ahead and is able to attack early into it to score. 14-7 now, Zhang, looking for one more hit to advance to the quarterfinals. And she gets it. Again, 3 times now she's been able to score with this parry. She shortened up her preparation off the line and was able to defend and take the parry. She was inconsistently successful with that in the first half. Distance was just a bit of an issue, and it meant that she wasn't able to get those parries. We are now going to jump across to the blue piste, where Robbins Wilkinson on our left of England is 13-8 up against Zhao of Australia on our right. Robbins Wilkinson was looking comfortable early as we transitioned over to this match, but Zhao has answered with 3 quick points, back within 3. Robbins Wilkinson frustrated with herself. She's going in and she's making good decisions, but she looks like she's trapped on the on-guard line. She's not moving off the back when she's looking to defend, and it means that Zhao is able to score with the remise. Possibly a bit of tension coming in for the English fencer. This time, small first couple of steps, calm first couple of steps, and then Robbins Wilkinson is able to attack and score. Referee has gone to take a look. I think it's possibly looking at the hint of a parry riposte. Referee has returned. They said, preparation, the attack scores. The Australian coach has come over and is immediately yellow carded by the referee. Aggressive start from Zhao off the line. And she's able to capitalize. She forces Robbins Wilkinson onto the defensive, maintains her composure, and then finishes her attack. Aggressive and better start from Robbins Wilkinson. She forces the mistake, but is unable to score with the riposte. Zhao has another opportunity, but unfortunately lands off target, unable to land the attack. Robbins Wilkinson, maybe not in the way that she would have intended, but is able to score with a counter-attack. She goes through 15-12. What was potentially a comfortable match is not a comfortable scoreline. She ends up closing out. Concludes our first wave of matches that we will be covering as part of the Commonwealth Fencing Championships here 2022 here at the University of East London Sports Dock. We will be back in approximately 10 minutes time with the women's Sabre quarterfinals, which will be continuing on these pistes. Join us then. Thank you. Welcome back to the University of East London's Sports Dock for day one of the 2022 Commonwealth Fencing Championships. We are back live covering the women's individual sabre on day one, and we are returning to the blue piste for the quarterfinals with the number one seed, highest ranked fencer in the competition, Bhavani Devi of India, taking on England's Robins Wilkinson live on the blue piste. It will be Bhavani Devi of India on our right and Robins Wilkinson of England on our left. On the other quarterfinals, on the yellow piste, we will have Karnak of England taking on Hyam of Scotland. On the green piste, Potter of England taking on Taylor of Northern Ireland, and on the red piste, the second seed, Australia's Vasilyeva, will be taking on Scotland's Dakin, but we will be live here following the action on the blue piste. Bhavani Devi of India on the right, Robins Wilkinson of England on the left. The referee for the match is Ngoyan of Canada, supported by Sancroft on the video referee. We saw Bhavani Devi at the very start in our first match that we showed live, and what we saw was really excellent discipline and consistency off the line, as every time she came off the line she was able to prepare in such a way that she forced a reaction from her opponent, who was Davis of England, and then was able to take advantage without putting herself at risk of being punished. We saw Robins Wilkinson come through a close match against... And immediately, Bhavani Devi off the line, we see that confident start. She starts small, she pauses, and then she accelerates. She doesn't commit herself in too deep, but she shows a lot of aggression and a lot of intent coming off the line, and this forces reactions from her opponent. Twice now, immediately, she has forced Robins Wilkinson onto the defensive, just by the intent and positivity she's showing coming off the line. Robins Wilkinson looking to slow down and wait, let Bhavani Devi commit, and then go and then take advantage once she understands the decision that the Indian fencer is making. This time, much better composure from Robins Wilkinson. She keeps her own preparation off the line small so that she's not rushing into the middle. She's not showing her hand early about what she's looking to do, and she's able to score. But this rushes in early, and often this can work well, mixing up between aggressive starts and slower starts. But what you're seeing with Bhavani Devi is the confidence and experience of a Tokyo Olympian, the world ranked number 42, who can just wait for her opponent and not force herself to commit. She's a very experienced competitor, is Bhavani Devi. And you're seeing this now. She's very confident in the middle of the piste. She doesn't commit early, and she waits and lets her opponent make the decision before she takes up the attack herself. And you can see she's 7-2 up. Almost every point she's come into the middle of the piste, but she's come in a way that means it's very, very difficult for Robins Wilkinson to attack her or punish her, and she's able then to take the attack or defend with space. She's 8-2 up into the minute break. Robins Wilkinson at the moment, she's making committed actions, but she's showing her hand really early. And against a fencer of the skill of Bhavani Devi, who is so comfortable defending and using all of the piste, staying balanced or pushing the attack, Robins Wilkinson committing early like this is just playing into Bhavani Devi's game. She's going to have to find a way to adapt, either looking to be aggressive herself, trying to force the Indian number one seed off of her game, or she's going to have to start really slowing down what she's doing off of the line to give herself the best chance to be able to really see and back herself to be patient, waiting to let her opponent commit. Bhavani Devi just showing absolute rock-solid discipline in the middle of the piste. She's not rushing. She's making so few errors that every single point that Robins Wilkinson is fencing, she's having to win it. She's not able to pick up on mistakes to get cheap points, and this is why the scoreline is so dominant for the Indian number one seed. The end of the break now. We're into the second period. We look to go now up to 15. What answer will Robins Wilkinson have to deal with this experience and composure that Bhavani Devi is bringing to the contest? as we look around the other pistes, all of the matches at a very similar stage. On yellow, Hyam of Scotland is 8-4 up against Carnac of England. Potter of England is 8-4 up against Taylor of Northern Ireland. And Vasilyeva is 9-6 up against Dakin of Scotland. But we will be staying here on blue for the end of this match. So we're just checking the equipment of Bhavani Devi, the Indian fencer. It looked like an errant white light going off, which means that it's not just could indicate a technical fault with Bhavani Devi's equipment. And just while we await this being resolved, we will hop over to the red piste, where Vasilyeva was 9-6 up against Dakin, and Dakin is now 7-10. A 3-hit gap remains. Referee Jennings initially gave the last action as an attack in the middle of the piste to Dakin. Vasilyeva has sent Jennings to referee, to video, and has overturned it. So a 4-hit lead for the Australian fencer. We saw Vasilyeva in the first match. She's a young fencer, ranked 12th in the world as an under-20, and she mixed up well between aggression off the line and then also being slow and waiting. We've seen two really strong aggressive attacks off the line. Dakin is looking to wait, be patient, but aggression and precision from Vasilyeva is putting her in a position to be able to really take control. 3 strong attacks, each one just a slightly different speed, a slightly different rhythm to the last. 10-7, has gone to 14-7. Vasilyeva is looking very strong, and she pauses. Referee Jennings has gone to look at it. Jennings, after a quick look, goes back. 15-7, the victory for Vasilyeva. Short pause, and then Vasilyeva retook up the attack and was able to score, taking her through to the semi-final. She is the first of our competitors through to the semi-finals. On blue, still technical problems abound, which means we will move on to the green piste, where Potter of England on our left is facing off against Taylor of Northern Ireland on our right. And I can tell you also that on yellow, Hyam of Scotland has gone through 15-6, convincingly through against Carnac of England. Potter now also on the cusp of making the semi-finals. Aggressive attacks in the middle of the piste from Potter, and a third aggressive attack in the row since we joined gives the victory to Potter. She joins Dakin and Hyam in the semi-finals. Potter will face Dakin in the semi-finals, and Hyam will face the winner of blue. And we return to blue now. When we left off, the break had just finished. 8-2 to Bhavani Devi, the #1 seed on our right. Aggression off the line. She spent most of the first half, how I would describe it, aggressively waiting. And now it's just aggression, the first 2 points. Bhavani Devi's not waiting for the change from Robbins Wilkinson. She's going to make the change herself. She's being much more aggressive off the line to force errors from Robbins Wilkinson. And whatever change Robbins Wilkinson had made, you sense the plan is already in tatters, because Bhavani Devi has scored 3 very quickly with 1 aggressive attack and then 2 very aggressive provocations off the line. What's Robbins Wilkinson's answer? She looks to wait and be patient, but Bhavani Devi has now slowed the tempo of the match down, and she's waiting. 3 aggressive attacks into much, much slower, much more patient, and now, having scored with 3 really fast, aggressive actions off the line, Bhavani Devi is taking the opportunity that she's gained to slow the match down and just pick off mistakes. So composed second half from the Indian #1 seed. A long, as it turned out, minute break due to the technical difficulties, but Bhavani Devi, composure and focus. 3 aggressive attacks off the line through whatever plans Robbins Wilkinson had made in the minute break into to the wind, and then Bhavani Devi slowed the match down, took advantage of Robbins Wilkinson's indecisiveness and was able to then pick off mistakes. She goes through comfortably, 15-2. She will face Hyam of Scotland in the semi-finals, along with Potter and Dakin in the other semi-final. We are going to take a short break now, and then we will return. We will be leaving the women's sabre for a short period, and we will be focusing on the men's epee and the women's foil, which will be in the last 16 shortly. And we will be picking up with them. Join us then. Thank you again for watching along with us. We are here at the University of East London Sports Dock. It is day one of the Commonwealth Fencing Championships, and we will see you again for the next round of matches. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the University of East London's Sports Doc. We are here for day one of the 2022 Commonwealth Fencing Championships. And we are going to be here live in the main hall with the last 16 of the senior women's individual foil. That is just beginning now with the fencers coming out to the piste. In this first wave of the last 16 matches, on blue, we will have Chloe Dixon of Scotland and Nora Sigel of Canada. Sophia Glasson of Australia against Liana Semmel of New Zealand. Kezia Beattie of Northern Ireland against Georgia Barrett of Australia. That will be on green. And on red, Tegan Williams-Stewart of England against Violet Hull of Australia. We will be with the blue piste, where we will be watching the defending champion from the 2018 Commonwealth Championships, Chloe Dixon of Scotland, taking on Nora Sigel of Canada. Dixon will be on the right, Sigel will be on the left. And we will be picking up the action with the live stream. Just to recap that again, on blue, Dixon and Sigel. On yellow, Glasson and Semmel. On green, Beattie and Barrett. And on red, Williams-Stewart and Violet Hull. After this round of matches, we will have a second wave of last 16 women's foil matches, and then we will go into the last 16 of the men's epee. But we are here now on the blue piste, Dixon and Sigel. Early start, cagey, both fencers just looking to move the length of the piste, get a feel for what is the distance they can operate at, what will their opponent respond to. Loosening attack from Dixon. She accelerates sharply into closing the distance, draws defensive attempt from Sigel and then scores. You can see in the early stages, attempts on the blade, changes of direction, changes of speed. Both fencers just trying to find out, what can I make my opponent do? How can I make them respond? Sigel pressing, Dixon just giving herself room to work, giving herself opportunities, and then she catches the parry and aggressively steps in to take the riposte. 3-0 from the reigning Commonwealth gold medalist, gold medal from the 2018 Championships in Canberra, Australia. Again, you can see Dixon's confident, keeping the distance wide on defense. She wants opportunities to create mistakes from Sigel's press. Opening out and then closing, and now she's building. Sigel looking to set something up off the blade, changing the distance, threatening the counterattack. This time, Dixon's initial attempt is parried. She looks to close the distance to force the mistake from Sigel and score with the remise, but Sigel is composed, scores with the riposte. And then this time, as Sigel looks to press, you can see every couple of steps as Sigel presses, she looks to take the blade. Dixon has picked up that pattern, and as Sigel looks to take it, she steps in and scores with a counterattack. And again, this time, Sigel looks to go for the blade, and Dixon is using this now as her trigger to start, and she looks to take on the attack and score. Unable to land, Sigel scores and gets her second. There's the blade take. And this time Dixon just absorbs the attack, lets it land off target. Change of rhythm as well in the press from Sigel. And you can see once again Dixon is letting Sigel take the blade, using that as a trigger in which she can work to be able to score her points. This time, those Sigel changes. Doesn't look to take the blade. The pattern that Dixon was getting used to, she's taken it away and she's able to continue and score. Good change up from Sigel, good awareness of what it is that she's doing and how Dixon is looking to score. Pressing from Dixon, and you can see she's looking to invite a response, looking to invite reactions from Sigel just by changing her footwork, and it's a nice acceleration into the space. Starts off looking to go slow, which has made sense. The whole rhythm of the fight has been up and down pressing. Dixon changes up the timing, accelerates in and scores. Sigel pressing again. You can see as Dixon presses, lovely parry riposte from Sigel. She started to pick the moment. As the distance starts to close, Dixon is looking to accelerate and score. Sigel picks up that moment. So you can see both fencers looking to operate well defensively, picking up on little clues that the attacker is giving them. Dixon again pressing. Sigel looks for the moment with the blade. We're into the final 5 seconds now of this period. And we go now to the minute break. So early stages of this fight, strong on defense from both fencers, both of them looking to pick up on patterns of movement and rhythms that the opponent is using. Dixon had been scored a couple of points by identifying that Sigel had a rhythm where she was pushing a couple of steps, then she would look to take the blade, then push again and take the blade. And Dixon was scoring off of counterattacks, anticipating that moment and then going in and scoring. Conversely, Sigel was able to pick up the rhythms on Dixon's attack, where Dixon, as the distance just starts to begin to close, Dixon begins to accelerate. That created the really nice opportunities for particularly Sigel's last point, where she was able to anticipate the close of distance, take the early parry and score. Just looking, as the fencers come back on guard now for the start of the second period, just looking round the hall, all matches in this first wave currently underway, and we are keeping our focus on the blue piste. So we saw the early phases of this match. Focus on picking up timing, patterns in attacks and scoring from there. What will the second match hold? Sigel showed a good attack towards the end of the first period, where she seemed like she'd picked up how Dixon was scoring and then changed up her rhythm in the attack. And you can see she's done it again here. Dixon's anticipating that attempt to take the blade, which would create the opportunities for a counterattack or a parry riposte that she could pull off. And Sigel's showing what looks like the start of it and then accelerating. Nice change from Dixon as well. This time accelerating from further out, not letting the distance begin to close, instead choosing the moment to take it on herself. And again, instead of starting with a slow press that builds, she accelerates from further away and takes the opportunity early. Good change up early from both, and you can see now a greater willingness from both attackers to set up mistakes and take it on. Dixon here able to capitalize, having attacked twice from a further distance. She now lets the distance close as she was doing in the first half, draws a... Sigel thinks that this is her moment, and Dixon is alert to it, alert to the attempted taking the blade, and scores. Pressing again. Distance is wide at this point from Dixon. Sigel pressing, takes the blade, drops back, and again accelerates early. Second half, much more of a focus on proactive attacks from both of these fencers, with much more, compared to the first half, which was much more focused on defense, and this time Early goes Dixon, anticipates the pause, the hesitation from Segal, and goes to score. Can see where Segal was going with this. She got to the point where she normally would take the blade in her build-up of the attack, waits for the anticipated counter-attack from Dixon. She gets it, but isn't able to deal to then capitalize. Dixon pressing. Is she going to be looking to close the distance, or is she going to look to accelerate from further out? Both fences ending up in close quarters. You can see that both sort of half ended up with kind of what they were looking for. Dixon got the mistake that she was looking for to go in, but it felt like Segal was anticipating the counterattack, able to cut the parry, but then neither of them able to capitalize once it gets into close quarters. Frustration from Dixon. She knows what she's looking for. She knows the moments that she can take to counterattack. She feels like she's got the rhythm of Segal's attack, just not able to land the point on the counterattack. This time, Dixon almost caught. She starts to move into close distance. Segal anticipates it, is ready to take the blade. Sense there that Dixon wasn't completely clear what it was she was trying to do as she was pressing. Maybe didn't recognize that change of distance. Segal is the one really looking proactive on her attack at the moment. She's not been able, however, to capitalize with many scoring actions. Only scored twice in this second half. This time she goes and misses over the top of Dixon, who counters into it and is able to score with one light. I like the intent from Segal. Even if she's not rewarded with the point, even if she doesn't score, it's nice to see her changing her moment of attack. Yeah, as we start to get into the sort of final, the third phase of this match, having that variety of when she's choosing to go is going to make all the difference and give her more of an opportunity to draw this match level from this 4-point deficit she now sees herself in. Building now from Dixon. When's she going to accelerate? What's her moment that she's going to pick? She backs off, perhaps trusting her defense. Segal has not really been able to, and then early from Dixon here. You can see Segal is waiting. She's waiting for the distance to begin to close as Dixon presses to take her opportunity. Dixon accelerates from further out and scores. This time Dixon closes, and because she's able to close on her initiative, she's now able to deal with the action once it gets close quarters and can score with her remise. Building now from Segal. It's a good moment from Dixon. Segal looks to go in, take the blade. She stops. There's an opportunity for Dixon to take it up, and she just misses. You can see that Dixon feels like there's a lot of opportunities to punish Segal's attack, and she's just not able to land the point. She's frustrated with herself because she's creating opportunities and just not landing the point. Calm this time from Dixon. Lets the distance begin to close, allows the distance to force the pressure, to force the mistake from Segal, which is an attempted counterattack. Dixon is composed and calm to finish her attack. You can see she's trying to make defense work for her. Attack is working really well for Dixon, though. And this time she accelerates from further out. She's parried, but you can feel that the riposte from Segal, she's not necessarily expecting to have to defend herself, which means that when she goes for the riposte, Dixon is there with the counter riposte, on balance and in a good position. This time, Segal looks for the blade, and this is the defensive action, really, that you felt that Dixon's been looking for all action. It's a really clean finish. Segal looks for the blade, and then as she tries to take it, Dixon has just left the blade out waiting so that she can go around, avoid, and take over the attack and score. 15-7, the defending champion, Dixon, goes through to the quarterfinals, and she will be back on piste shortly. Looking around the rest of the hall now, we are going to go to the green piste, where we have Beattie of Northern Ireland against Barrett of Australia. Beattie of Northern Ireland is on the right. She was trailing by 2 as we joined the action. She's now back to within 1. Barrett of Australia on the left. Keep both fences keeping a wide distance as we enter into the final 5 seconds of this match. Of this round. They go off for their final minute break. a second minute break before they enter the final period of 3 minutes. Looking around the hall, we've still got action happening on the red piste, where William Stewart and Hull, William Stewart of England and Hull of Australia, are level at 9 apiece. You can watch that on the red piste stream itself. And on the yellow piste, Glasson of Australia is trailing 5-10 to Semmel of New Zealand. That is available for you now on the yellow piste if you want to go and watch that. But we will be staying with the green for the conclusion of this match between Barrett and Beattie. Barrett of Australia on the left, Beattie of Northern Ireland on our right. We're joining this one late, so we haven't seen how this match has developed over the first couple of periods, but we can see that the score has been kept close. We can see that as we joined, Beattie was trailing by 2. She's now back within 1. The referee for this match is Luke Deemer. Aggressive from Barrett. You can see as she's defending, as Beattie presses, Barrett is keeping the distance close, provokes a strong counterattack, and then from that strong counterattack, Beattie attempts to parry, and that creates the time for Barrett to go. This last point, both of the defences paused. Referee Deemer has gone to the video of his own volition to have a look. He hasn't had a video referee called on him. He's gone to have a look now. The final action will be with Beattie. Keeps it close, within 1. This time, aggression from Beattie. She's not giving Barrett time to settle a defence. She accelerates from distance, levels it up at 13 apiece. Barrett pressing now. You can see the attempted, the point, Barrett attempting to set up the same point as what scored her 13th, looking to provoke a reaction from Beattie and then score. And using the line to set up, she can see maybe she's looking to work off of Beattie attempting to take the blade and forcing that as a measure that Beattie has to take by setting out the line. Distance just beginning to close. When's Barrett going to take her moment? Beattie begins to press. And this time, you can see frustration for Barrett. She knew what she was trying to set up. You could see it. She wants to get Beattie to look for the blade to pause, and that's going to give her the opportunity to take over. This time, Beattie anticipates it, lets it happen, takes the parry. Initially, it's actually a remise, but you can see what Beattie's trying to do. Okay, referee Deemer going to the video. Beattie believes she's won this. Barrett standing in the middle of the piece. She's feeling this is off target. Now, the question is, did Beattie take the parry, and then score? Did she take the parry, and then was it parried again by Barrett? You can see from body language of Barrett is convinced that this is absolutely fine, but Deemer has come back from looking at the video. He's saying it was a clean parry and riposte from Beattie. Barrett not happy, but you can see Beattie has come through 15-13. She was 12-10 down. This is a victory for Kezia Beattie of Northern Ireland. She is through to the last 8. Moving on to the red piece now. We have 2 matches still in play. We have Hull and Tegan Williams, which we will be focusing on now. Tegan Williams on the right of England. She is 12-11 up against Hull of Australia. So we enter into the minute break. William Stewart of England on the right, Hull of Australia on the left. Over on yellow, there's still action happening with Semmel of New Zealand, 13-5 up against Glasson of Australia. They are in the final 2 minutes now of their third period, and you can watch that on the yellow stream, the yellow piece stream, sorry. Viewers who were with us earlier today when we were following the quarterfinals of the women's sabre will have heard me confidently describing the lineup as Hyam, Bhavani Devi, Potter and Dakin. Those following live on Guard will of course see that I was wrong. The lineup is Bhavani Devi and Hyam, and then Potter and Vasilyeva of Australia in the semi-finals. So that lineup again of the women's sabre semi-finals will be Bhavani Devi of India, Hyam of Scotland, Potter of England, and Vasilyeva of Australia. We will rejoin the semi-finals of the women's sabre at approximately 4:30. Now we are on the last 16 of the women's foil, which will be followed by the last 16 of the men's epee, and then the quarterfinals of both. So we rejoin now. Final period, William Stewart 12 of England, she is on our right. Hull of Australia 11, she is on our left. Aggressive attack from from a wide distance there from William Stewart. You can see she's got a big sweeping parry that collects the blade. So as Hull is trying to press, as Hull is trying to break out, William Stewart is sweeping, taking the blade and just keeping the pressure on. So 3 times there, Hull was able to absorb the attack from William Stewart, but before she could really get going, Hull was taking the blade, Tegan Williams Stewart was taking the blade aggressively and pushing forward. So Hull was never really able to escape and get out. And that meant that then on that third attack that William Stewart was able to take, the pressure just built. Hull looks for the counter-attack, looks for the way out, unable to escape. 13-11 now for William Stewart. Hull attacking from further away this time, but she's looking to avoid that early take of the blade that William Stewart was doing, but attacking from so far away. It's an easy, comfortable parry for William Stewart. She goes to 14. William Stewart 14-11, looking for the final hit to take her to the quarterfinals. And then again, this time, William Stewart taking the blade early. As she steps back, she collects the blade, lands the riposte in one sweeping motion. Point for William Stewart. Immediate video review called by Hull. Referee Kolo of the United States has a look at the video, sticks with her call. William Stewart goes through 15-11. This ends our first wave of women's foil last 16 matches. We are now going to immediately begin with the second wave, and we are going to be looking at what I think is going to be the interesting matchup of the round, which is going to be on the yellow piste, and this is going to be Kate Beardmore of England taking on Katie Smith of Scotland. Beardmore amongst the highest internationally ranked athletes coming into this event. And Katie Smith, bronze medalist from the 2018 Games in Canberra. They will be coming on. In the meantime, we're just waiting for this final match of the first wave to finish, which is Glasson against Semmel. Equipment change from Glasson. She trails 6-14. While that equipment change takes place, we are going to move to the blue piste, where we have Silk of England She is on our right, taking on Mary McLaughlin of Scotland. Mary McLaughlin, silver medalist as at the Junior Commonwealth Championships in 2018. We are going to return now to the yellow piste, the concluding minutes into the final 47 seconds. Semmel of New Zealand 14-6 up against Glasson of Australia. 30 seconds, just over 30 seconds remaining in the final period. No more minute breaks to come after this. This the last match in the first wave of last 16 matches. The second wave of last 16 matches underway on pistes blue, green and red. You can find the links to them directly, but on the commentary feed we will be staying on yellow. Final 3 seconds now. In the end, an insurmountable scoreline for Semmel, for Glasson, to overcome. 14-6, Semmel of New Zealand goes through to the quarterfinals. Second wave match now due to start on yellow, and that is Kate Beardmore, 13th seed after the pools, taking on Katie of England, taking on Katie Smith of Scotland. Start of this day, you feel that neither of these would have expected to run into each other quite so early in this competition, which makes this an intriguing last 16 matchup with implications for the rest of the draw later on. For this match, we will have Beardmore of England. She will be on our right. Against Smith of Scotland, she will be on our left. Underway then. Early exchanges, you can see proactive attack from Smith lands and scores as she looked to build. From Beardmore, keeping the distance close on the attack, letting the pressure of fencing close, put pressure on Smith, drew a counter-attack and then was able to score and finish. Patient build-up from Beardmore. She's keeping the distance close, but that demands attention, demands focus, and it can leave open to being set up for counter-offense. Smith's able to score. This time again, Smith accelerates from a long way out. First action is unsuccessful, but she reaps the benefits of being committed and aggressive with her first attack and able to score. Aggressive build-up again from Smith. She's pressing down the piste, looks to attack over the shoulder of Beardmore, doesn't score. Beardmore goes down, looks like she landed on her knee, maybe or possibly rolled her ankle. Looks like something on the back leg anyway. Aggressive attack from Beardmore this time. She's proactive, attacking from further out. Smith takes the parry. Beardmore, though, balanced and ready lands the counter riposte and scores. This time, Smith has the opportunity. She looks to attack and score, misses. Beardmore scores with the counter-attack. And you can see Beardmore rubbing her left knee where she fell a moment ago. Looks like still causing discomfort. Smith pressing, and you can see she's keen, always looking to get on the front foot is Smith when she has the attack. She wants to start and accelerate from space. Beardmore able to absorb this and then score with her own attack. You see Beardmore looking to close the distance, looking to not give Smith space, but she gets caught a little bit in no man's land, not really clear what it was she was trying to do on that point, how she was trying to take advantage. Smith is able to calmly finish. Good action from Smith, over the top. You can see that Beardmore's using the line, trying to give Smith something that she has to deal with and unable to, so that she's not able to build these attacks from far distance and accelerate. Smith equal to it. Nice action from Katie Smith. It gets the space that she wants and accelerates in to score with the attack. This time, the distance comes in close, closer than Smith has been looking for with these previous attacks. It gives Beardmore the opportunity to score with a counter. She backs it up by ducking, just making it less likely. Nice action from Beardmore. Accelerating earlier than Smith was anticipating. You can see that Smith looking to get away, looking to avoid, and just not there, ready to go. Again, it's a distance game for both of these athletes. Beardmore looking maybe a touch more comfortable when the distance gets close. Smith looking to really, particularly on her attack, Smith is looking to set up a distance where she can accelerate from space and score. Beardmore looking to score with the same kind of counter-offensive action that she scored with earlier, but this time, as the distance closes, you can see Smith is ready for it. She doesn't score, she lands off target. She won't be too worried about that. It probably wasn't... She was ready for it even if she wasn't able to capitalize and score. This time both sharp, both there on the edge, both going in, looking for an opportunity to press. Beardmore in the end takes the opportunity to attack off target, but it's good aggression from the English fencer. Referee says the final taking of the blade was from Smith on the left, and gives the point, awards the point to Smith. Beardmore immediately calls for video review, sends the referee back. The referees are having a conversation, and referee Acevedo returns. He says both fencers look for the blade, gives the taking of the blade to the aggressive intent of Smith as she was pressing. Which means Beardmore loses one of her two reviews. This time, Beardmore just playing on the edge of distance, out, back in, and then as she steps in, takes the moment to dive in, accelerate in with a lunge and scores. 7 apiece. Accelerates from out of distance, Beardmore. She's maybe a touch frustrated not to land off target, but it's a good action, it's a good decision. Can see Beardmore is making good use when she's in defence. She's making good use of the line, forcing Smith to have to take the blade first before she's able to attack. It's a good answer to Smith's attack, which had been starting from a wider distance and accelerating through the space and finding its way to the target. So Beardmore's just forcing Smith to have to come in a little bit closer, which makes it that much harder for her to really accelerate her attack, and hopefully is making it that much easier for Beardmore to find opportunities maybe to score with counter-offense. Both fencers back on guard now. As Beardmore presses, you can see Smith working the distance, looking to create opportunities where she can get the distance close. Beardmore calm as she presses. And again, Beardmore this time, she keeps the distance close. She'd been attacking previously, more recently to this, she's been attacking from further away. And just this time lingers a little bit closer. We go into the minute break. She lingered a little bit closer, waited for Beardmore to look for the counterattack. Waited for Smith to look for the counterattack, and then it scored. Over on blue, McLaughlin has gone through 15-10 against Silk. On red, Sang of England and Tay of Singapore are level at 8 apiece. And on green, Sabatini of Canada and Muralidharan of Australia are level at 8 apiece. You can watch any of them on the dedicated streams that are currently running for those pistes. On this stream, the commentary stream, we're going to be staying with the yellow piste as we're into the final 15 seconds of the first minute break. Beardmore of England on our right leads Smith of Scotland on our left, 8-7. Smith profiting early with strong attacks from a wide distance, accelerating in to take the space. Beardmore changes up, putting out the line that forces Smith to come in close to take the blade before then looking to attack. This time it's a slow, patient build-up from Smith. Beardmore anticipating maybe that Smith is going to have a broken up rhythm, is going to stop, that's going to create an opportunity, and scores. This time, as Beardmore looks to build, Smith closes the distance aggressively, denies the space for Beardmore to build her attack. There's an opportunity there for counter-attack. She takes it. Smith building now from space, and you can see she's done this well all match. If she's given space, then she can accelerate into it and score. Immediately, she's now leading. 3 quick points. Both fencers come in and pause. It's Beardmore that takes it up. She's back within 1. Beardmore again putting out the line. You can see, and again, when the distance closes down, when the space is denied for Smith's attack, then Beardmore is able to take advantage. This time she takes the parry and scores in close quarters. This time both pause. Both pause. Beardmore starts first. She accelerates, now back into the lead, swinging back and forth with this game of distance. When the distance is able to be kept close, Beardmore is in control. When Smith is able to find space, she's able to attack and score. This time in exchange, Smith maybe waiting to attack, waiting for the counter-attack. She scores. She goes to score. An exchange of riposte, exchange of parries, it ends on off target. Good attack from Smith. She accelerates from far out because she knows that Beardmore's responding to that. Slows down just as at the critical moment. She isn't able to land the hit on target, and then this time, on the restart, Beardmore has always been sharpest. So when they both pause, when the distance is tight, and then on the restart, it's been Beardmore every single time. On this one, Smith has sent the referee Acevedo to video for a second opinion. He returns, stands with his decision. 4 unanswered points from Beardmore. Most of it on this moment where both fencers are stopping and then Beardmore restarts. Again, you can see the attempted duck counterattack from Beardmore. It's worked once. It's not really worked since then. Smith is clearly looking for it. Then again, both pause. This time, Smith is ahead. This time, Smith takes the moment. You can see Beardmore acknowledging that. But she's unable to land, and Smith reaps the rewards, possibly a bit of tension. That moment of restart, a moment of transition has just not been one that Smith has been able to be profitable with. This time, attack, both look for the blade. It's the same call as earlier. Both look for the blade. Beardmore initially goes to video, thinks better of it. Attack with the blade versus counter-attack with the blade. It's an attack for left. Initial attack from Smith fails. She's not scored often with the ducking counter-attack, but she's not been scored upon either. This time, Smith unable to land even off target, and Beardmore capitalizes, scores on the remise of her counter-attack. Beardmore pressing now. And accelerates, far away. Good action from Beardmore. We felt that this was an opportunity for an upset. Kate Smith from Scotland, 4th seed after the pools, bronze medalist from 2018. She is out in the last 16. 13th seed, Kate Beardmore from England. She goes through to the last 8. She will face Liana Semmel of New Zealand. This concludes our coverage of the last 16 of the women's foil. That lineup again now of the quarterfinals for you is Dixon of Scotland, the reigning champion. She will face her teammate McLaughlin of Scotland in the quarterfinals. Semmel of New Zealand will face Beardmore of England, a match that we've just seen. Muralidharan of Australia, she has just gone through against Sabatini of Canada, and she will face Beattie in the quarterfinals. William Stewart of England, she will face the winner of the match that is just about to finish, the final match in the last 16 taking place, and that is Sang of England. She is the 2nd seed on the left, and she is facing against Tay of Singapore on the right. The score currently 11-10 in Sang's favour. Elegant counter-attack from Sang, dancing in, dancing out of distance, and then scores with the counter-attack. 12-10 she leads in the second period. See provoking action, accelerating in from Sang, looking to provoke a response. Tay holds calm, holds firm, lets the provocation finish, attacks over the top of it in her own time, not responding to fakes, provocations from Sang. Happy to wait, take the moment when it's on her initiative. This time Sang comes in, she's looking for the blade, she's creates a pause. Tay goes over the top to attack, misses off target. Sang of England pressing now. You can see change of rhythm, you can see she's looking for the blade. But we reach the end of this period. Into the 2nd minute break in this match, which means the end of the 2nd period. We will go into the final period of 3 minutes after this. Sang 12-11 up against Tay of Singapore. That's Sang of England on our left, 12-11 up against Tay of Singapore. And just while we are in that minute break, a brief recap of where we are at so far. Going into this is the final round of the final matchup, of the women's foil last 16. taking place on the red piste here at Sports Dock at University of East London. Day 1 of the 2022 Commonwealth Fencing Championships. Already in this round, the last 16 of the senior women's individual foil, we have seen defending champion Chloe Dixon through to the last 8. She will face teammate Mary McLaughlin of Scotland. Liana Semmel of New Zealand and Kate Beardmore of England both through. They will face each other in the last 8. Kezia Beattie of Northern Ireland through against Muralidharan of Australia. They will meet in the quarterfinals. And then William Stewart of England through against Hull of Australia. And they will meet the winner of this match, Sang against Tay. We are now about to begin this final period. Tay of Singapore on our right, just adjusting, retying hair, and then we will be underway. Here we are then, about to begin the final period of 3 minutes. The last match in the women's individual foil, last 16. Sang of England on our left, Tay of Singapore on our right. This will be followed by the round of 16 in the men's epee. The women's senior sabre individual having reached the semi-finals earlier today. We will rejoin the action with them at 4:30 with the semi-finals. Opening 20 seconds, kg. You can see this time Sang gets her distance right. All through, she's been provoking, accelerating in, easing off, accelerating in, easing off, also threatening and active with the blade. And in this time, Tay just bites, looks for the counter-attack. It's an easy finish for Sang in the end. Calm as you like from Sang. Calm as you like. Tay attacks. Sang takes the parry, holds again with the attempted remise, and then scores with the riposte. Good composure from Sang. (14-11) now. This time, you can see Sang wants to go, she wants to attack. Tay is ready for it, takes the parry, ignores the pressure, ignores the fakes from Sang, deals with the proper attack, the true attack, takes the parry, scores. See Sang just dancing on the edge, trying to provoke a response, trying to provoke a parry, a counter-attack, something that she can deal with from Tay. Tay just holding her distance wide, not committing, not letting herself get drawn in. Sang building now. Tay just holding on the edge of distance. She's content to wait. Sang's throwing out a lot of fakes. She's throwing out a lot of aggression. Tay's just quite happy to wait. Got a lot of piece to work with. into the final minute and a half of this. Sang pressing. She wants a response from Tay, but Tay is remaining composed, so Sang just forced into committing to an action that she maybe didn't want to commit to. Hadn't really got a response from Tay. You can see as Sang is pressing, Tay is just holding on the distance. Nice this time. Tay had been going with the distance, keeping it wide, keeping it wide. This time she just lets it close a little bit. That gives her the opportunity to find the blade, and then she can attack over the top. Back within one. Sang looking for one more to advance to the quarters. Tay looking calm, looking composed. Again, Sang pressing, just insisting on the edge of the distance. This time, Sang comes in, stops. She goes aggressively. We saw this at the start. She comes in, stops. Doesn't get the reaction that she wants. Tay is waiting for this moment. She attacks over the top of it. 14 all, 1 minute remaining. Tay has looked composed these last 2 points. She's letting Sang do a lot of the work, just hanging on the edge of the distance, waiting to take it. Sang again pressing hard. She's going to just look to press slow. If Sang looks to just press slow, she may just get the response. And rather than pressing hard, waiting for a response, if she just took it on her own terms, she may be able to score. Tay is waiting on the edge at this point. Of the two, she looks the calmer. This time, Tay attacks. I'm not sure she needed to. I'm not sure she needed to go then. If anything, that favoured Sang. It looked like she fell into the invitation from the English fencer. Tay's holding distance again. You can see she's in no rush to close up the distance. She knows that Sang is strong here. This time, Sang presses. She doesn't get the response she wants. Tay has picked up that rhythm, and she counterattacks and scores. 15-14. From 14-12 down, Tay of Singapore through to the quarterfinals. She will face William Stewart of England. And that match will be coming up soon. I expect we will now have a short break, but then we will be back on piste with the round of 16, the first wave of the round of 16 in the senior men's epee individual. Come and join us then. Welcome back again after this very short break. It is now time to advance on with the men's epee individual. We've not seen any of the men's epee individual yet today. They are now down to the round of 16 as well, just like the women's foil that we just finished. We are here at University of East London's Sportstock for the 2022 Senior Commonwealth Fencing Championships, and we are in the first wave of the individual senior men's epee that has just gone out now. On blue, we will have Jonathan Woolard of Scotland against Harry Peck of Malta. On yellow, Roshan Chandran of Australia taking on Jamie Firth of Scotland. On green, George Morris of Wales against Matthew Cooper of England. But we will be on the red piece where we will have Billy Shepherd of England. And in a fascinating matchup, he is taking on Joseph Chung of England, the Tokyo gold medalist in modern pentathlon, here today competing in the pure fencing event. Chung of England will be on our left against Shepherd of England on our right. This is the first wave of matches that have gone out. Second wave will follow immediately after this, and then we will be into the quarterfinals of the senior individuals women's foil after the second wave of the men's individual epee. For those of you following on guard, the live results should now be back updating, and you should be able to follow live. Commentary feed, we will be staying on the red piste. However, green, yellow and blue pistes are all available if you would like to watch them. They have their own dedicated streams. Please, if you would like to go and see any of the matches currently happening there, hop onto one of those dedicated streams. But on the commentary stream, we're going to stay here on red with Chung against Shepherd. We're just waiting. Oh, there's a small equipment check, possibly on the piste. Don't know. Underway on blue, green, and yellow. We'll give this a moment to start, otherwise we will move stream just so that we can get onto a bit of the action. Looks like Joseph Chung now just changing his body wire, so we will move to the green piste where Cooper of England on our left is taking on Morris of Wales on our right. Morris currently leading 1-0. Cooper drives in with an aggressive, dynamic flesh to score against Morris. One apiece. You can see Morris just dancing on the edge of distance, just out, back in. Cooper more conservative with his movement, not moving as dramatically in and out. He's working behind the point is Cooper. Just keeping the point on target. Trying to keep the distance a bit more consistent is Cooper, whereas Morris is being a bit more expansive with what he's trying to do. Make it more dramatically close or more dramatically open. And then this time, Morris skips in, then drives off the line to score. Cooper keeping his point steady, keeping his hand still. He takes the parry and scores. You can see good, consistent blade work, not being thrown off by the dynamism that Morris is showing with the change of distance. Cooper's just staying consistent, staying exactly where he wants to be. Point staying absolutely on target from Cooper, who's on our left. You can see, although he's pressing, Cooper is just letting Morris do the work, letting Morris, waiting for Morris to bite and show an action. And again, you can see Cooper's gently pressing is maybe how I would describe it. He's not looking to force down and score with his initial action. He's just looking to apply gentle pressure, pushing Morris back every time. Morris bouncing in and out. Every time Morris is bouncing back, or every other, Cooper's just inching up the piste. And all it's doing is it's just encouraging Morris to attack. But because he's doing this, he's not following Morris, he's doing it on his own steam. He's not getting into distance, which means when Morris is attacking, Cooper is there to deal with it. And what Cooper's doing really well is he's just holding his distance. He's stepping in as he wants to, as far as he wants to, not letting himself get pulled, and he's keeping his point on the target. And that's what's brought him into 4-1 lead at the end of this first period. They now enter the break, and we'll just do a quick look around at what's going on the other pistes. On red, they are now underway. Just started now. Joe Chung 1-0 up against Billy Shepherd. They're only sort of 30 seconds in, and they're away in their first period. A slight delay getting started. On yellow, Roshan Chandran of Australia and Jamie Firth underway, just reaching the end of the first period. Firth 4-1 up against Chandran. And on blue, we have the top seed Woolard of Scotland. He is 10-5 up against Peck of Malta. They are also 30 seconds remaining in the first period. And as we watch that, Woolard has just gone 11-5 up. So Woolard making good progress in this first period, looking good value for his top seed billing. We return to the green, though, with Cooper against Morris. Cooper on the left leading with 4, Morris on the right with 1. First period of this match really was dominated by Morris looking to take the initiative, looking to score, but not able to really find opportunities because Cooper was staying so disciplined with his distance. And despite Morris being energetic and dynamic in changing the distance from further to from closer to further away, Cooper's just staying in his own little bubble. He's got his point on the target. He's not letting himself get drawn into committing to anything, which means Morris is then taking it on his own initiative, and that's creating opportunities for Cooper to pick him off and score. Cooper just hanging back in his warning line. Morris has pressed him much, much harder now at the start of this first minute of this second period. But again, is he attacking from too far away? Is he committing before he gets something from Cooper? Yes, Cooper's in the final 2 meters, but he looks calm, he looks confident there. He doesn't look particularly flustered. Certainly he wasn't drawn into anything before Morris launched his attack, which meant that he was comfortable just avoiding and picking off. This time, big attack from Morris, and he gives a bit of energy. He wants a bit of energy from the Welsh crowd just standing at the end of the piece there with him. He steps in aggressively, draws the first response from Cooper and deals with it. And you can see that's more what Morris has been looking for. You'd say that he's maybe just been not committing either deep enough with the distance to really draw something from Cooper, maybe. First time this time, Cooper goes out on the attack of his own initiative, on his own moment, and Morris isn't able to capitalize. Cooper's now taking a few more opportunities of his own. Morris not able to pick that one up, not able to score. Cooper picks up his 7th. Immediately off the line, Morris is pressing and immediately attacks again. He's attacking from a long way out at the moment, is Morris. You don't feel like he needs to chase the match at this stage. Yes, it's 8-2, but we're not even halfway through the match. There's opportunities for him if he can be patient. Yeah, maybe the piece needs to do a bit more work for him. Nice, very nice from Cooper. He waits on the edge of that distance, and this is what he's doing really well all match. He's living at really a comfortable distance for himself. He's in a little bit of a bubble. He's letting Morris do a lot of the work, changing the distance, and then as soon as there's an opportunity, maybe Morris steps in too close, or maybe Morris attacks from too far away, Cooper's in prime position to take the opportunity. Again, we're down back in Cooper in his warning area, but he doesn't look flustered here, doesn't look worried. You think if Morris is wanting to really put him under pressure, let's get him over the back line. You know, let's get him 1 foot over the back line, because Cooper just looks calm. He just looks calm. Round the back of the head to score. Cooper calm in his warning area, not too flustered, but this time maybe an exchange too far. He gets caught up in a frantic exchange with Morris. Morris with the final action parries ripostes. There's a way back into this for Morris, but not a lot of time, not a lot of scoreboard left. And Cooper's in a comfortable position now with the scoreboard where he can throw caution to the wind a little bit with his defence and look to score and risk taking a double. Morris just unable to really force reactions from Cooper, and maybe this time it's not quite as nice as Cooper would want. You can see that Morris is frustrated with that. He wants to check his weapon. He'll feel like he maybe got the better of that exchange. You know, he got a response from Cooper, wasn't able to land his point. Maybe this is the sort of impact of being, you know, feeling like he needs to land his point. He needs to score. He's 12-4 down, and he needs to start getting points. Morris just changing his weapon. Quick check. 40 seconds remaining in the second period. Restart, Morris having changed weapon. This time, you can see Morris now, he's maybe not so sure. He's not being as aggressive with his distance. And Cooper able to just pick his moment, drop and score. He's done a really solid job of just staying in a little fencing bubble. You know, he's kept his point on target, kept focused. He's not been drawn into chasing, and he's not got flustered when he's down the back end of the piece. 14-4. Cooper's looking solid for a place in the quarterfinals. Again, just holding on the edge of distance as Cooper. This time Morris not really going in or out anymore. He's not changing the distance at all. Cooper decides to take the moment. And he's thrown his mask off. He believes he's won. No point has yet been given. The referee has gone to have a look at the video. Was Cooper passed before he scored? The referees will want a look. Cooper seems absolutely convinced that this is his. He's back at his on-guard line, ready to salute. Morris staying on his warning line. He thinks this fight is far from done. Referee calls Cooper back, awards the hit. Morris goes to video. He wants another look. He's saying Morris was passed. Referee's saying, we've already looked at the video. We spent 30 seconds there. We said he hadn't passed. Cooper through to the quarterfinals, and we will now hop across to the red piece with Chung against Shepherd. Chung, the modern pentathlon Olympic champion from Tokyo. On our left, he is 10-5 up against his teammate Billy Shepherd of England. It's the final minute of the second period. And over on yellow, Jamie Firth of Scotland goes through 15-10 against Chandran of Australia. Energetic from Chung. The distance gets close. There's not a lot of space, no real room to make an error. They pause there for maybe a second, and then Chung is over the top attacking. 11-6. This time from far away, Shepherd looks to take the initiative and attack with a flesh. Chung is calm, he's relaxed, he's 12-7 up. He also not too worried about needing to defend. If there's a target there, he's going to try and take it, look for the double. Gentle pressure here from Chung, not committing on the distance. Shepherd just inviting him in, looking to maybe draw him close where he can make use of that flesh, but Chung has got aggression and he's got speed of his own. He's able to attack to the short target, just catching Shepherd on the wrist. It's the dangerous game that Shepherd's playing. Yes, you can invite someone like Chung close to maybe take advantage over the top, but if you invite him too close, he's fast. Very fast athlete, and the risk is that you're going to have to go earlier than you want to, because otherwise you allow an athlete like that to attack over the top of you. Chung accelerates in this time, scores, goes through to the quarterfinals, 15-7. Underway in the second wave of matches in the last 16 in the men's epee. On blue, We have an all-Cyprus affair between Antonio and Tofilides. On yellow, Sturgeon of Wales and East of England just getting underway. On green, Downs of Australia takes on Burkhalter of Wales. But we're going to stay here on the red piste, where Seat of Malaysia will take on the silver medalist from the 2018 Commonwealth Championships, Callum Johnston of Scotland. And we will stay here on red. If you want to watch any of those matches taking place on green, yellow and blue, they are live for you now on the other streams. Johnston and Seat just both plugging on now, getting ready to begin this last match in the last 16 of the individual men's epee here at the University of East London Sports Dock. We are live for the 2022 Commonwealth Fencing Championships. Seat of Malaysia on our right. Johnston, silver medalist from the 2018 event in Canberra, Australia. He is on our left. You can see Johnston just early on questing with the point. Johnston just questing with the point, probing around the wrist of Seat. Seat looking calm and solid, not wanting to be drawn in close early. Johnston just maybe looking to ease his way into distance. Where are the opportunities? Is there a moment to take advantage? And then attacks. It's been just easing his way into distance. But this time, but when he actually launches the attack, he goes from further away. He goes earlier. And this is what catches Seat by surprise. You can see the distance that these two are fencing at. Points maybe about 2/3 of the way down each other's guards. Not a lot of room to make a mistake here. Johnston just sitting on the edge of his warning line. And you can see that distance just causes pressure, which means that Johnston dives in. And over the top, Seat's able to catch it. Johnston's blade is then trapped, and Seat's able to score. And again, we're back to working close distance. Johnston questing, gets his point stuck. Seat tangles up Johnston, asking referee for a yellow card for turning. In the end, the yellow is given to Johnston. Distance close again. Johnston just asking questions, using shoulder, bobbing the head. Anything he can do to make Seat react or hesitate. But Seat looking really calm. The fencing close. Yeah, you can see the tips hovering on or around the guard of each other's epee. It's a close distance. There's not a lot of time to react. And it's the distance that is putting pressure on both of them. But Seat remains calm, keeps composed. And when Johnston looks to go in and attack, Seat is there, parries, scores. Again, we're back to this distance. You can, Johnston just questing around the wrist with his point. Close distance. Continuous pressure just there from Johnston. And this time causes the hesitation. This is what you get when you're fencing that close. You don't want to react to everything the opponent's giving you, so maybe you freeze. You don't react when you should. You don't respond when you should. That's what opens the door for Johnston to drive in and attack. Little fakes with the blade from Seat. He's comfortable just working tight around the arm, looking to keep his point busy. Johnston much more up and down, looking at how he can create doubt, how he can create a response, some kind of error that opens the door for an attack. Little stuttering steps from Johnston as well. His tip just there or thereabouts on the guard of Seat. Seat looking to hold his composure, not looking to get drawn in, maybe even half a step. At this distance, even half a step too close, you're going to be in trouble. 20 seconds remaining in this period. Seat just breaks off, gives himself a bit of room. At that distance, the focus that you need to maintain, just constant. And Johnston goes over the top. He misses the first one, but actually he's so... he's creating this tension in Seat that means that even though he misses, he's still the most alive to the situation. He's able to score 3-2. 2 seconds remaining in this period, and we go into the minute break. And you can see, compared to the previous match, which had a much more changing dynamic distance, this one is a much more stable distance, with Johnston and Seat looking to keep close, and Johnston provoking responses using his shoulder, his point, whereas Seat looking to maintain his composure and deal with actions that come from Johnston. At the moment, it feels like, although Seat's not biting, although he's not, looking for the blade or making mistakes, it feels like at critical moments when the distance is close, he's just freezing. And that's what's giving Johnston the moment that he's looking for. He doesn't, fencing as close as they are at this point, Johnston doesn't need a real opening. He doesn't need a search for the blade. He doesn't need Seat to do an attack. He just needs him to freeze. That's all he needs. So the question will be, Johnston will be looking to maintain this distance, you feel. 3-2, he's not going to be looking to back off and wait. He's going to be looking to continue building his score, so that you expect the distance to stay close. What's Seat's answer going to be? He's done a good job of not getting drawn into responding, but by freezing, he's not giving himself opportunities. Interesting change up there from Seat. He attacked from further away. It went to a double, but he didn't let the distance get close. And that meant that yes, it's a double, and then again, okay, so maybe a change in tactics now from Seat. Twice now, he's looked to attack as the distance is closing. Both times it's gone to doubles, but you can see now maybe Seat has a strategy that he's going to look to employ where he's not going to let Johnston close this distance. Seat's just straightening his blade. As we look around the other pieces, Downs of Australia, 11-10 up against Burkhalter, 11 all now, that's on green. On yellow, East of England is 9-6 up against Sturgeon of Wales. That's on the yellow piece. On blue, the all-Cyprus matchup has finished. I'm afraid I don't know the score of that one, but we're going to stay here on red. Johnston of Scotland on our left, 5. Seat of Malaysia on our right. He has 4, and okay, we've got a definite change of tactics here, or a change of approach from Seat. His approach is he's not going to let the distance close. What that means is he is attacking from further out, and this has created an opportunity for Johnston to score. So it's a good change of... You can see it's nice to see a positive change of strategy. I'm not sure that just attacking rather than letting the distance close is going to work. But not letting the distance get close seems like a good approach. Let's see maybe a slight change of tactics to make that strategy work. Again, aggressive attack from out of distance. It's a nice attack, but I'm not sure he's created any doubt in Johnston. Johnston will have been anticipating the change of this kind. You know, he was getting the better of the exchanges in when the distance was close, sort of tip on tip distance. So he would have been anticipating something in this kind of style of change. Johnston now just starting to camp towards his back line and allowing the piece, particularly the arrival of the back line, to mean that the distance will just naturally close up. And this will create opportunities for, exactly as Johnston does here, looking to attack over the top and score. This time, Seat's looking maybe a little bit more comfortable at the as the distance closes and doubles, but it's a 2-point lead now for Johnston. What's the answer going to be from Seat? We saw a hint maybe in the couple of phrases ago where Seat was, instead of looking to just attack and as a way of closing the distance, he would aggressively sort of step in, maybe with a beat, maybe with something aggressive with the blade. But Johnston wasn't reacting to it, and Seat didn't seem to trust that he could keep following that approach. Okay, so where are we going to go? Short break. Just distance is close. This is maybe not where Seat wants it, but it's exactly where Johnston wants it. And again, he looks relaxed, he looks calm. He's very happy to just drive his hand out and score. Score should be 8-6, I believe, and there we go. 8-6. Johnston looking calm. And you feel that as long as he has this lead, he's going to be very happy just dropping into the back of his piece. It's rash from Seat. He attacks from a long way out, a flesh. There's no real setup. The distance doesn't feel like it's really there. And Johnston can just pick it up and parry it. And you can see he's got a lot of time to do that because he was able to take the time to parry and score, didn't need to worry about getting a counter-attack on. On green, they've gone 14 all. Downs in Australia levels it up against Burkhalter of Wales. 14 apiece on green. Distance getting close again. It's not where Seat wants. What answer has he got? And again, this time, it's a good option from Seat. He looks to close the distance on his terms aggressively, but he closes it too far. He's not got the measure of that distance. And Johnston attacks over the top of it. Burkhalter of Wales, he's gone through 15-14 against Downs of Australia. .10-6 now. We're into the final minute of this second period on red. Distance closing. Seat. He's not really, for my money, he's just not positive enough in how he's closing the distance. He's not looking to set anything up. And again, he comes in aggressively. He comes to a stop. Johnston has got the timing to attack over the top of him once he stops. It's a nice change up as well, because earlier in the match, as Seat was stepping in, Johnston was interrupting him on the step in. Now he's letting him finish that step and going over the top of him. But in general, it's that distance that's doing it for him. This time, interestingly, Johnston goes from a bit further out, but he's got Seat so worried about that close distance that he's not really got an option to deal with it. He's not really ready, which means it's a great opportunity. It's a nice change up from Johnston. 12-6 now, and he's just expanded this lead. See, having to press, which means the distance will collapse. It's very close now, almost on the wrist. Johnston very happy to just pick it off. Double 13-7. Final 16 seconds. Johnston dives in. Remises gets it, scores with the light on. Seat immediately calls for video. Maybe turning from Johnston. Maybe he hits his own leg. Long look at this from the video. Feel like Seat is probably looking for turning. No, in the end, the point is given. Hit landed before the turn, 14-7. Johnston 1 point away from the quarterfinals. It goes from a long way out this time, Johnston. It's not the distance he's been fencing at all match, but he's earned the right. He's created so much tension in his opponent that he can go from a long way out and score. Really composed construction of that match from Johnston, the 2018 silver medalist. He'll be looking to go one better this time. He's through to the quarterfinals. And that completes our quarterfinal lineup in the senior individual men's epee. We'll be taking a short break and then we will be back and we will have the quarterfinals of the senior individual women's foil live for you here at the University of East London Sports Dock. And they are in fact immediately coming back out. Quarterfinals of the individual women's foil here for you now. On the blue piste, we will have defending champion Dixon of Scotland taking on her teammate Mary McLaughlin. On yellow, we will have Liana Semmel of New Zealand, and she will be taking on Kate Beardmore of England. Upset City in the yellow, on the yellow piste. Semmel of New Zealand was 12th seed, took out the 5th seed Glasson. Beardmore of England was 13th seed, took out the 4th seed Katie Smith. On green, Kezia Beattie of Northern Ireland will take on Muralidharan of Australia. And on red, which is where we will be going, is Tegan Williams-Stewart of England. And she will be taking on Tae Yu Ling of Singapore. Tae knocking out 2nd seed Amelie Zhang of England, 15-14 in the last 16. This is where we will be joining the action. Those pistes again for you now. On blue, Dixon and McLaughlin, an all-Scotland affair. On yellow, Semmel of New Zealand and Beardmore of England. On green, Beattie of Northern Ireland, and Muralidharan of Australia. And on red, which is where the commentary will be, Tae of Singapore and Williams-Stewart of England. You can watch any of the yellow, blue or green streams on their dedicated feed, which can be found on the Fencing Vision YouTube channel. But on the commentary, we will be here live on the red piste, just as the athletes plug in now, getting ready to begin. Tae of Singapore on our left. Initially, she was 15th seed after the pools, so maybe didn't start the day as well as she would have liked, but in the last 16, knocked out Sang of England to book her place in the quarterfinals. William Stewart, meanwhile, coming out of the pools, ranked 7th. Defeated Violet Hull of Australia 15-11. Cagey match all the way through. We caught the end of that here on the commentary stream, but William Stewart was able to just come away with an aggressive attacking display and close out that match from 11-all. In red, we appear to be missing a referee. Underway on yellow, Beardmore against Semmel. Beardmore 2-1 up against Semmel. No other matches have started yet, but yellow is underway. So if you want to hop across to the yellow piece, catch Beardmore against Semmel. That is underway. Beardmore now 3-1 up. On green, also underway now, Beattie against Muralidharan. Has just begun. Score is 0-0 there. On blue and red, still waiting to begin. We'll give this match another moment to start, but if it doesn't start within the next minute or two, we will hop over to a different piece. We will hop over to the green piece for Muralidharan against Beattie. But we will just stay with red for a moment. And so we will I think we've given red the best chance we have. So we're going to jump across to green. Beattie of Northern Ireland on our right with 1. Muralidharan of Australia with 2. And as we arrive, Beattie levels it up to a piece. Saw Beattie here in the last 16. Earlier, caught the end of her match with Barrett of Australia. Frustration for Beattie. She takes the blade, has the opportunity to score, unable to score. Muralidharan 1 light, 4-2. In the early stages, Muralidharan doing a really good job of interrupting Beattie's attempt to build her attack. She's taking the blade early and just being able to start her own press, which means that Beattie's just not getting the chance to get out of her half of the piece, forcing her to go maybe rush or attack from a bit further away than she would like. And that's comfortable for Muralidharan to defend. See Muralidharan doubled over in pain. Unclear exactly what it is at this moment. The referee is having a word with her. And it looks like they are now calling for medical, which will mean that we're taking a short pause. See Muralidharan there holding her left side, so clearly in discomfort. We will leave them now as we go to the red piece, while this injury break is dealt with. Red piece now underway. William Stewart of England on our right, Tay of Singapore on our left. And William Stewart 3-0 up. We saw William Stewart in action in the last 16, and what she did really, really well, really strong, was she was able to collect the blade with big swooping action like she's done here, and either score with a riposte or she was able to then turn it into an attack. And it meant that her opponent from Australia, Violet Hull, was just unable to really build. Tay of Singapore is called for video review. Feels hopeful to me, and the referee Kohler of USA agrees. 5-0 William Stewart. You see that William Stewart is very keen to just build on her own initiative, pressing Tay down the piece. Tay looking for the counter-attack. William Stewart has a long time to finish, and attack over the top, landing off target. And you can see aggressive, really confident taking of the blade from William Stewart just means that Tay is not able to build from it. And then she can just attack straight off the line. Confident front foot fencing from William Stewart. And she's building it off of this ability to get on the front foot, take the blade and begin. And again, she does it. Takes the blade early, holds for a moment, attacks and scores. Tay looks to think about video. Did William Stewart step back? Did she go in enough time? Decides against it. 8-0 the score after barely a minute of fencing. It's aggressive from William Stewart. Tay looking like she has very few answers here. She is she's on the back foot. She's on the back foot against William Stewart. She's able to score with the remise here. 9-1 though. And then she scores with the remise. And this is maybe what she's forced to do now. She has to get aggressive. She has to start pushing. She's looking to be the first one off the line to go, is Tay. But you feel like that's not going to give the option. Ooh, interesting. William Stewart thinks about preparation, maybe. Thinks about a video review. Decides against it. Tay starting calm, starting slow. We've got an aggressive start off the line now, because both of these fencers know that if William Stewart is able to get on the front foot, she will press, and she will press immediately. Tay just taking a moment, adjusting her hair. Sensible, really. She's 10-3 down, only halfway through the first period. This attacking game from William Stewart, but starting immediately from the referee says fence. She is under pressure, and she has just had no answer as yet. She's tried to get back into it. She's been aggressive off the line. She's been trying to start aggressively. Is she doing it in a controlled way? She's managed to get 3 points back from 9-0 down. But is she doing it in a controlled way? But we will see. You feel that if William Stewart is able to keep the aggressive start off the line, there's going to be opportunities to parry. There's going to be opportunities to attack on preparation, as Tay is forced into increasingly aggressive actions from the start line. Tay's really taking her time to settle this. As we look over on the other piece, on green, injury break continues for Muralidharan of Australia. On yellow, Semmel of New Zealand scores against Beardmore, but she still trails 8-13 in the second period. And on blue, slightly later starting, Dixon against McLaughlin, the All-Scotland matchup is currently 1-2 in favour, 2-1 in favour of McLaughlin. And you can see there the aggressive start from Tay, but William Stewart is expecting it now, so she can start off the line aggressively, show the intent, and then just absorb the attack. And now she's on the attack herself. Tay will have to keep up this positive attacking intent. Okay, she lands off target. That was nice, composed. She started aggressively, then took the attack. The only question will be, has she found this strategy? Has she given herself enough time, scoreboard-wise, clockwise, loads of time? Has she given herself enough time, scoreboard-wise, to be able to get back into it? We will see. She's got a long way to go to claw her way back. It's a good running attack from Tay, but she's just maybe having to overextend it. She's having to commit really aggressively from the start. William Stewart happy just dropping, giving ground, taking the parry and scoring. A beautiful riposte from William Stewart. Catches it high, flicks over the shoulder onto the back. And you just feel like that's maybe knocked the wind out of Tay's sails. 5-12. Tay not coming off the line as aggressively. She's opened the door again now for William Stewart to get back on the front foot. Will William Stewart accept that invitation? Collecting the blade.
In a masochistic way.
William Stewart missing the riposte. She's collecting the blade. We're maybe in both fencers maybe losing their way a little bit in this part of the fight. Tay has taken her foot off the aggressive start. She's not committing aggressively off the line anymore. But equally, William Stewart's not really switched back to her aggressive style. So we've got a bit of maybe a bit of a sort of phony war going on at this moment. Neither one of them really gripping this match. Still only in the first period, of course. William Stewart leading 12-6. William Stewart came out so aggressively at the start, very quickly went to a 9-0 lead. Been pegged back a bit till 6-12. Tay just having her mass clip checked. On yellow, Beardmore has gone through 15-9 against Semmel of New Zealand. On blue, 4 apiece in the first period. And on green, it looks like Muralidharan has withdrawn, which means BT has gone through to the semi-finals. William Stewart getting on the front foot again and be aggressive. The referee has initially given that as an attack for William Stewart. Tay wanted a call for a video, maybe looking for that William Stewart stopped and there was an opportunity to take over, but the referee is unconvinced. It's a more composed attack from Tay, but she's just not really been able to find a sort of a strategy that she can really rely on. or that she can really build the match around. William Stewart, for her part, has, from that really aggressive start, lovely counter-attack from William Stewart. She knows that at some point, feels like Tay will go for that long attack from out of distance, and there's opportunities to parry it, counter-attack it, and there finishes as she started the match. William Stewart aggressively takes the blade and goes over the top, takes the attack and scores. A really strong performance all over in the first period, 15-7. Tegan Williams-Stewart of England advances to the semi-finals. We are now jumping to the blue piste, where they are reaching the end of the first minute break. They are now into the second period. Reigning gold medalist from 2018, Chloe Dixon of Scotland, is on our left. She is up against her teammate, Mary McLaughlin, also of Scotland. Dixon currently leading 5-4. Already through to the semi-finals in the women's foil. Beattie of Northern Ireland will meet William Stewart of England. William Stewart, we just watched on the red piste. Beardmore of England will meet the winner of this match, Dixon against McLaughlin. Sorry. Start of the second period. Dixon leading 5-4. See Dixon pressing. We saw earlier in her last 16 match against Siegel of Canada, Dixon confident in pressing, and particularly confident in pressing when the distance was close. Was able to take advantage of opportunities. Oh, video review called by McLaughlin and successful. Referee coming back deciding that that Dixon had stopped and McLaughlin was able to take up the attack. Final action is given as a riposte for McLaughlin. Dixon just hearing the referee's wording before calling for video. But you can see in that Dixon is pressing, but she's pressing close, whether deliberately or because McLaughlin is keeping the distance close, we will see. But it means that she's forced to respond when McLaughlin shows her fake counterattack, and that gives McLaughlin the opportunity to parry. It ends up getting tangled in an exchange back and forth, which McLaughlin comes out as the winner of to begin to move into the lead 6-5. Also worth noting, both fencers on a yellow card. We joined the match late, so we'd missed what exactly that was for. Could prove crucial if this match remains as close as it is. This time, as they pause, Dixon comes to a stop. McLaughlin looks to take it up, recognizing the moment. Dixon ready, takes the parry, scores 6 apiece. Again, pressing from Dixon. You can see she's just letting the distance get close and then allowing it to open out again. And as it opens, she accelerates, lands off target. It's just patient build-up from Dixon. And this time, by keeping it close, Dixon is able to capitalize when McLaughlin comes to a stop. She's able to attack over the top of it immediately. You can see slow rhythm. McLaughlin really keen. There's a broken sort of syncopated rhythm to how Dixon's moving. She's sort of moving and then pausing, pressing and then pausing, pressing and then pausing as she tries to build down the piste. You can see McLaughlin looking to attack over the top of it. She's recognizing that there's a bit of a pattern in that movement from Dixon. It was something that we saw Siegel pick up in the previous match. Siegel looking for a different answer for it. She was looking for the blade, looking for take the parry. McLaughlin instead looking to pick the timing where Dixon is stopping to attack over the top. This time lands off target, but seems a sensible and interesting strategy. We'll see how that plays out. Dixon at the moment looks patient to just build. She will want to be aware of just being caught up in a predictable pattern, particularly if she's being read by McLaughlin. Fencer's back on guard now. Dixon just building. And it's nice there from Dixon. You saw that before she reached that moment in her rhythm where she, in her pattern, in her build-up where she would tend to stop, she accelerated into the attack, forced McLaughlin back, and that's what put Dixon on the front foot to be able to take the counter-riposte and score. This time, as she's pressing, distance starts to close. This time, McLaughlin, changing from looking to take over the attack, collects the blade and scores. Here's the build-up again from Dixon. What are we going to see at that moment where the rhythm stops? This time, no stop from Dixon, but the referee says that McLaughlin has the line out in time, and is initially given the line that Dixon did not deal with. It's point to McLaughlin. Dixon has sent the referee to the video, and he has returned. He's given the line. Dixon not happy. She feels like the line wasn't out in time. But the point is has stood. The referee has gone and looked to the video with the video referee, and they have agreed. Point in line was successful. 8 apiece. Press, press, pause, press, press, pause. This is the rhythm Dixon's looking to either set up and exploit, but then equally so is McLaughlin. And this time, feels like maybe McLaughlin just lost her way with the rhythm of what Dixon was doing. Dixon able to just press through the warning line onto the attack herself. This time, McLaughlin pushes, stops. Dixon keeps the distance close. She can attack over the top. We saw her do this already in the match. By being brave, keeping the distance close, when there is an opportunity to go, she is in prime position. This is nice from Dixon. She presses, lets the pressure off, anticipates that McLaughlin will jump at it, and she's just kept the distance a little bit wider so that when McLaughlin does jump, she's just out of reach. Dixon can skip back, make it miss, and then score. You can see that as Dixon's coming to a stop on her press, she's coming to a stop further out to just draw McLaughlin into attempting to score. McLaughlin now building. Dixon looking confident, controlled, staying in close. She does really well here. She's staying in close, keeping composed, takes the parry, holds, waits, accelerates over the top to score with the riposte. 12-8 from Dixon. Dixon building again, but you'll notice she's just pausing further away so that when McLaughlin attacks over the top like she does there, Dixon now has time to deal with it. 12-8 the score. Dixon looks like she's found answers for McLaughlin, for McLaughlin's attempting to score on Dixon's rhythm. Dixon also really insisting, putting the pressure on with close distance when McLaughlin is pressing, and that means that she's got opportunities to take advantage when McLaughlin pauses or stops, or if she just wants to attack. McLaughlin building and pausing. Build and pause from Dixon, going in closer. You wonder if on one of these, Dixon will just look to, rather than build and pause, maybe build and accelerate into an attack now that she's set up the rhythm. This time, the distance not really wide enough for what Dixon's looking for, so the counterattack is there, but Dixon just is kind of caught in no man's distance a little bit, and it means that McLaughlin's got a comfortable finish. Into the last 10 seconds of this period. And then this time the distance was close. The distance was close, that meant that Dixon was able to score with the counterattack. Just landed off target. Maybe on the top of the bib of the mask. 5 seconds remaining in this period. This, the second of 3. Pressing. And we pause to go to the final minute break. So we joined that match at the start of that period, and we saw as it developed, McLaughlin was initially had some joy picking up the timing and the rhythm of the way that Dixon was pressing, and by being close, and as the distance closed, and when Dixon was stopping, McLaughlin was able to attack over the top of it. She was able to take parries. That was where she was scoring her points. We saw as the period progressed then that Dixon still employing the same rhythm of sort of press, press, pause, press, press, pause. But then what she was doing was she was making that pause from just a bit further out. And it meant that when McLaughlin is seizing that moment, it's the same, she's looking for the same response, but the distance isn't there. And this is where Dixon has been able to profit with counter-offense, with parries, as McLaughlin's looked to take the action on, but from too far out. Conversely, when McLaughlin has looked to press, Dixon has been really composed, keeping the distance close, and it's meant that when Dixon has been able to pick up McLaughlin's rhythm of pressing and then pausing, she's there the moment McLaughlin pauses to take advantage, take it over the top with an attack of her own. Into the final period then, what will McLaughlin's answer for this change of distance on Dixon's attack be? Will Dixon persist with this strategy, or is she going to look to change up? Pressing now from McLaughlin. She goes from further out, but maybe she goes from a bit too far out. And at this point, she's kind of feels like she ends up chasing. Dixon's able to counterattack 13-9. See McLaughlin opening the distance on defense in order to then close it, and maybe looking for that moment to create the stop that she can capitalize on. Both in close, blades passing each other. The referee calls halt. We resume no touch. You can see just from where Dixon's point is relative to McLaughlin, just how close the distance she's keeping. And she takes a parry. McLaughlin, because of the distance, she's not really got any time to develop a longer attack, so she's forced to just go short and fast, and that's easy for Dixon to pick off with a parry. Not able to score on the riposte, but you can see that that will be the strategy. And there you see McLaughlin tries to press, she tries to accelerate, she's worried about the parry, she gets the rhythm a bit tangled. Dixon's able to pick it up on the counterattack. 14-9, Dixon needing one more to advance to the semi-finals. Pressing now Dixon, distance wide, patient. Is she going to look to press through an attack? She does, unable to score. McLaughlin pressing, Dixon pressing wide, distance, close now. Counter-attack, we saw somewhere between a remise and a counter-attack from McLaughlin. She hits and escapes out of the way. (14-10). McLaughlin's been successful when she's been defending, when she's been able to get in close. You can see here, she's accelerating from further away. She's looking to not let Dixon keep the distance close. Consequence of that is she does leave herself vulnerable. If she judges that distance wrong, she does leave herself vulnerable for counterattacks if Dixon's able to hold her nerve. This time, Nice changes of rhythm. As the distance started to close, McLaughlin just accelerated, pushed Dixon away, accelerated, pushed Dixon away. Eventually, Dixon looks for the counter-attack and McLaughlin scores. Good change-up of approach, just gives McLaughlin a bit of time on the attack. It's nice. Accelerate again, accelerate, accelerate, and scores. Okay, we've now got a tactic that seems to be working for McLaughlin. She's managed to find a way to keep the distance wide for herself, and that's giving her the opportunity to score. But if she lets the distance close, as it is here, she's at risk of exactly that. Doesn't get scored against, but that's a warning sign for McLaughlin. She cannot afford to switch off. She cannot afford to let that distance close where Dixon is able to pick her off and take mistakes. Nice again from McLaughlin. Within one now. She's been accelerating and attacking from further away. She's landed a succession of attacks where she's built from further away, taking the space. It's close now. McLaughlin may be in closer than she would have wanted there. Dixon not been able to get back into this, the distance that McLaughlin's attacking from. It's a nice action. Now, does McLaughlin stop? The referee clearly wants a look. There's definitely a broken rhythm. Is it a stop? You know that that's what Dixon's looking for. She's looking for McLaughlin stopping and going over the top. The referee says, no, it's a broken up rhythm. It's not the end of the attack. Attack is off target, as we were. You can see, is this going to be where Dixon's going to look for to get her point? Distance is close now. We get to the back of the piece. The distance closes. And there, Dixon's able to wait. Let the piece do the work for you with the distance. McLaughlin forced to attack. The distance naturally closes down. Dixon takes the parry, scores. She is through to the semi-finals, 15-13. And that completes our semi-final lineup now for the women's individual foil. We are rolling straight on into the men's individual epee quarterfinals. The athletes coming out now, and we are going to, I think, one of the real interesting matchups of this round. We are going to the red piste. We spent a lot of time on the red piste, but we are going to be looking at the 2018 silver medalist Callum Johnston, the 2018 silver medalist from Canberra, Scotland's Callum Johnston, and he will be taking on the Tokyo Olympic champion in modern pentathlon, with fencing being one of the 5 disciplines, Joe Chung of England. Across the rest of the hall on blue, top seed Jonathan Woolard of Scotland takes on Alex Tofilides of Cyprus. Alex Tofilides, normally a foilist. We will expect to see him competing in the men's individual foil. On yellow, Jamie Firth of Scotland will take on Will East of England. And on green, Matthew Cooper of England will take on Mark Burkhalter of Wales. But we will be here live on red. Joe Chung against Callum Johnston. We saw both of these in action in the previous round. In particular, we focused on Callum Johnston. And what we saw in his match against Seat of Malaysia was the way that Johnston set a really close distance to work with and just let the pressure pile up on the Malaysian fencer, picking his moments to attack over the top. Be interesting to see how this plays out if he looks to employ a similar strategy against Chung of England. Chung, a dynamic and powerful, aggressive fencer. If the distance is allowed to be close, you wonder about if Johnston will be able to react to in time to this aggression from to aggressive attacks from Chung. Johnston setting his distance and going to work, and you're seeing a lot of fake actions. This time, Johnston just going from a little bit further out than we saw in the previous match. Possibly a bit concerned about the speed that Chung will be able to attack if he's allowed to get too close. And that means that Chung is able to defend and then score. Distance for this match maybe not yet established. Starting to get in close. Whether that's deliberate or a product of more that they're towards the back end of one piece, and that's kind of where the distance will naturally start to close and collapse together. It's hard to say, but it feels like Johnston is definitely holding a wider distance than what he held against Seat. So it's interesting already. You can see a change in strategy from the Scottish fencer, not looking to hold as close distance, looking with a different option to try and set up. Chung, recognizing this, it looks like he's going to be looking to set up fake actions to close distance and then accelerating through, or maybe taking parries once he's accelerated in on, with his preparatory work. Johnston really busy. His point doesn't, and then aggressive from Chung. It's interesting when in the early stages when the fencers were down in Johnston's end of the piece, distance was quite wide, certainly wider than what we saw in the last 16. Down Johnston's end of the piece, it felt like the distance just started to close up. Sorry, down Chung's end of the piece, felt like the distance started to close up. It feels like maybe that will play into Chung's hands because he will be able to make use of his dynamism and his speed in attacking. Distance quite close now. Chung with fake actions, maybe just looking to create openings. Johnston holding wide, showing fakes, particularly faking with his shoulder, just inviting Chung to go. But he's doing it from a distance where he's safe. The interesting in the moment, Johnston dives in, maybe stranded in no man's land a little bit. Maybe stranded in no man's land a bit, and Chung's able to pick him off. 4-1, Chung over Johnston. They end up doubling up.
I'm doing it here.
In now into Johnston's half of the piece, and Chung attacking from distance. We talked about this at the start. Does Chung possess the tools, the speed to be able to close distance in a way that makes it harder for Johnston to be able to pick up his opportunities? So far, it looks like it, but Johnston, silver medalist from 2018, he's experienced, he will have tools to deal with this. This will not be the first fast fencer that he's encountered. At the moment, though, you can see the frustration. He grabs his head. Johnston is just getting caught, jumping into distance. He's jumping close, and then he's able to be picked off by Chung. Looks like final 5 seconds. And we are going to step into the minute break. Johnston rips off his mask. He's frustrated. 7-2 the score to Chung of England. Just a quick look around the other piece. On green, Cooper is 4-3 up, just gone, scored his 4th point, takes the lead against Burkhalter of Wales. On yellow, East is 9-5 up against Firth of Scotland. Will East, the gold medalist in the Junior Commonwealth Championships in 2018 in in Newcastle. On blue, Woolard is 8-6 up against Woolard of Scotland, the number 1 seed out of the pools, 8-6 up against Tofilidis of Cyprus. And we will be staying on the red piece until the conclusion of this match, and that is Chung of England on our right with 7, and Johnston of Scotland on our left, currently 2. We enter the second period. And we are underway. Distance close already. So far, this has looked to favour Chung, who's able to take nice actions. And what Chung's doing well is the distance is close, but he knows that that it's not enough for the distance to be close. He needs to create something as well. He needs to create a gap, create a moment to go in and score, and he's doing that really well. That looks like floor, and the referee, Dave Baker, agrees. You saw there Chung attacking without any real setup, and that's exactly what we're talking about. The distance is close, Chung is fast, but that's not going to be enough to go and score. He's going to need to have, certainly, and while Johnston is still relaxed, he's going to need to have setup to go in and score. And that will, as he's looking to create that setup, that will provide opportunities for Johnston to score. And that's kind of what he's looking for here. You know, he's waiting for the opportunity, maybe for Chung to step in, fake something with the blade, and then to take the chance to score. Doesn't quite land it first, doubles out. But that's going to be feel where Johnston's going to be looking. He's going to be looking to pick something off as Chung steps in, exactly as we see here. Chung steps in, he's looking to fake something, he's looking to draw something. Johnston's not interested in reacting to it, he's interested in scoring. You feel here that maybe Chung will just open the distance slightly so that he can goad that response from Johnston, strand him in no man's land and score. He's done that a couple of times in this match already. And it opens up opportunities for Chung to just go, because Johnston is waiting for, if you like, the double movement. He's waiting for the step in, set up, and then go. If Chung's able to just go without that first movement, then there's opportunities to score. It's a double. Chung will be perfectly happy with that at this stage. Johnston needs to find some way to break this this setup rhythm that Johnston has created for himself. He's not able to do it with the distance. He triggers an attack from far out. Chung will probably be a bit frustrated with himself here. Maybe caught a bit in no man's land. You can see there the double movement, double movement, double movement, and then in from Chung. Johnston caught a little bit flat-footed, looks to try and pick off Chung on the first movement, but Chung is into that second action so fast. It's a double. Still a 4-hit lead for Chung, and he's moving towards target score of 15. And this time, Chung just goes straight. He goes to short target. He'd been going straight earlier, and he'd been going to deeper, sort of to body, and Johnston had been able to double out. This time, same kind of movement, just straight in, but this time he goes to the arm. Doesn't give Johnston the time to be able to respond and even get a double. But here, Johnston's not... What's he going to be creating? It's better from Johnston. He's actually creating something with the distance, but you feel that if he's too aggressive with his setup, that he risks getting caught stranded or interrupted. He ends up with a double. Still 5 hits the gap for him to make up. Nice action from Chung. This is what we talked about. Sometimes he's going in with that double movement, in and then go, in and then go. And then sometimes, as we just saw for his 14th point, Chung just goes straight through over the top. Really nice. And a nice finish from Chung. Johnston looking to take it on, looking to try and create an opportunity, steps in, similar to what Johnston was looking to do, you know, step in and then create something. Chung's not really having any of it, and he drops down, gets the counter-attack, drops down to make certain he's through to the semi-final. Joe Chung into the last 4. We, however, will be hopping over to the green piste, where on our right, Matthew Cooper of England is fencing against Mark Burkhalter of Wales. Cooper is 9 and Burkhalter is on 6. We saw Cooper in his first match against George Morris of Wales, and what we really liked about that was Cooper was just really disciplined. He's just sat in his bubble, kept his point on target, let Morris make his mistakes and scored. Feel like maybe a different matchup here. Morris was very down. It's a big attack from Cooper. He's got a 4-hit lead, and he's very happy to just drive through, backing himself to make up the distance and score. Again, this is what Cooper did really well against Morris. What he did was he just sat in a little comfortable bubble, kept his point on the target, and in particular just buzzing around the wrist. And you can see it there. Burkhalter needs to deal with it before he can go in. Cooper's fast. He's fast with his hand, he's fast with his feet. Burkhalter needs to do something when he's closing the distance. If Cooper's disciplined with his point, as he was, then he's able to just drive over the top and score. Really, really nice disciplined fencing from Cooper. You can see he's fencing within himself. He's got a good, really nice compact shape. And it's a catches it over the top from Cooper. Wonderful from Matthew Cooper. Feel like he's probably earned the right to go flashy over the top. But the start is the same. The point stays on target. Then the parry comes in, builds the momentum, and he's able to go over the top. Waiting, waiting. You can see there's the point. What's Burkhalter going to do? How's he going to find his way through? In the end, this time, you can see that Cooper's expecting Burkhalter to do something. He's expecting Burkhalter to take the blade, or he's expecting him to come in with a fake. Smooth acceleration through from Burkhalter kind of just deceives Cooper, and he just sort of finds his way smoothly through. There he is, straight back. It's like a wasp or something, that point. It's just living on the risk of Burkhalter. Distance is close now. You feel that probably favours Cooper, and indeed, fast hand. Cooper finds his way round the blade, scores over the top on the wrist. Cooper needs one more now to complete the semi-final lineup for the men's epee. Pinned on the back, and it's a nice hit from Burkhalter. The Welsh fans appreciated. Burkhalter, hands aloft. Cooper appreciated it too. Burkhalter collects the blade as Cooper looks to accelerate through him. Ripostes over the top. 5 hits still the deficit though. As we were. How many answers? Double attack there from Burkhalter. 1 in, and this time very, very nice from Cooper to take 15. He waits for that double movement, waits for the first action to finish, and as Burkhalter is finishing his preparatory action, Cooper accelerates over the top to score. Composed match from Cooper. He completes the semi-final lineup. And he will face Joe Chung, teammate Joe Chung of England in the semi-finals. That complete semi-final lineup then for senior men's epee. Jonathan Woolard of Scotland will take on Will East of England. And then we've just seen it. Matthew Cooper of England, he will take on Joe Chung of England. But that is the end of the men's epee quarterfinals. Our next matches up will be the women's sabre individual semi-finals. We saw the earlier rounds of the women's sabre a few hours ago today. Just to remind you all, the makeup of those semi-finals. Defending champion Bhavani Devi of India. She will take on Lucy Hyam of Scotland. And then Sophia Potter of England will take on Veronika Vasilyeva of Australia. We will be starting with Bhavani Devi, the defending champion, against Hyam. And if time permits, we will then move to Potter against Vasilyeva if Devi and Bhavani Devi and Hyam finishes early. The matches will be taking place at the same time. They will be on the blue piste and the red piste. That will be the same for all semi-finals. Only the finals will be on the podium piste. Both semi-finals taking place concurrently. We will be back shortly for the start of those, but for now we're just going to take a short break. Join us again for the semi-finals, which will begin with women's sabre individual here at the 2022 Senior Commonwealth Fencing Championships at University of East London Sports Dock. Thank you very much. Welcome back to University of East London's Sports Doc, where we are here for the 2022 Commonwealth Fencing Championships. And we are about to begin our first semi-finals, which will start with the women's sabre individual, followed by the women's foil individual, and then the men's epee individual. Semi-finals happening concurrently, so both women's sabre semi-finals will happen at the same time. One on the blue piste, one on the red. We will be beginning with the blue piste, which will have defending champion Bhavani Devi of India on our right, taking on Scotland's Lucy Hyam on our left. On the red piste, we will have second seed Veronika Vasilyeva of Australia, and she will be taking on Sophia Potter of England on our right. You are welcome to watch whichever match you please. The red piste is available to you if you just follow the link. The blue piste will be here on the commentary stream, and that is where we will be beginning. Referee for this match here will be Andreas Duvis of Greece, and he will be supported on the video by Patrick Jennings. Over on red, the referees will be Sam McClellan, supported by Jen Sancroft. And we are underway. Hyam of Scotland on the left. Vocal support in the arena. Bhavani Devi, highest world ranked fencer coming into this event. First Indian fencer to compete at an Olympic Games. She is off the mark early with strong attack. What we saw from Bhavani Devi, we've seen quite a lot of her throughout the day, followed her progress on the live stream. We've seen that she's mixes really well between being aggressive off the line and waiting for her opponents, but what she's really consistent with, regardless of what she's doing, is the distance she sets herself up at. She hangs, she sits really deep in the middle of the piece. She doesn't go in that far unless she's really committing off the line, and what that means is that she is able to just let her opponents make mistakes. And it means that she is giving away very few mistakes herself. And you see it there. So the first few actions, yeah, she's gone big, aggressive off the line, fast, small steps. But watch how she comes off the line here. There's nothing really for Hyam to do because she's starting small, she's balanced, she's composed, and then she's able to accelerate when she sees Hyam retreating. Really composed, disciplined fencing. And it's just, at the moment, strong, clean attacks from Bhavani Devi. She is in her happy place. Changes it up, attacks much more aggressively. You can see it's hard to describe sometimes, but you'll know it when you see it. She's sort of stepping aggressively, but they're sort of waiting steps. She's still aggressive, she's still fast, but she's sort of hanging on and waiting and then going. The previous point, she just went off the line, ready to go. And it's that mix-up that's really nice. You can see again, in waiting, she's on the attack. This time Hyam's able to use the piece, scores with the counter-attack on the board for her first. 1-7. Really nice again from Devi. It's like if you imagine just maybe half a meter or so off the on-guard line, she's building like a trench, and almost every time that she's looking to sort of actively wait, she sticks to about half a meter off the line, and then she either defends or she attacks. What she's mixing that up really well with is a much more aggressive attack off the line, where she's able to accelerate, and crucially, she's able to extend that attack to hit just behind Hyam's on-guard line. And what it means is that Hyam's just not able to defend confidently in the middle of the piste. And it's what's given Bhavani Devi this really comfortable 8-1 lead at the break. Over on red, Vasilyeva Over on red, Vasilyeva 6-1 up against Potter of England. You can watch that on the dedicated red piste stream. We will be staying with the blue piste until the conclusion of this semi-final, but you are welcome to go and watch the red piste. On red, they've just entered the break. Vasilyeva 8-2 up over Potter. We are now about to rejoin, and it is back to as we were. Aggression from Bhavani Devi, but controlled. There's the longer step. Look at the distance where she's finishing. Sometimes she goes longer and then she's almost invariably attacking, but when she looks to wait or defend, she's much, much shallower, as she was there. Maybe a touch deep on this one. This gives Hyam the opportunity to attack 2-8. Maybe the first mistake we've seen from Bhavani Devi in this match. And she starts small again, this time just correcting the error. The main thing is that when she's waiting or defending, she's not getting too far into the middle of the piece, and it just means that it's so much harder for Hyam to create anything. She's not going to make any unforced errors, which means you have to go out and win every single point. Good composure from Hyam here. This time, she's able to keep her composure on the attack and land. This is nice from Bhavani Devi. She starts the attack slow. It's that longer step, but this time she knows that Hyam will look for the preparation. She's ready with the parry. This time, Hyam is much, much more composed, much, much more controlled. Nice change up from Hyam. She steps back first off the line, just giving herself more space, giving herself more time. She's making it maybe a little bit harder for Bhavani Devi to read. Is that going to be a consistent winning strategy? Hard to say. You're going to need to change up an awful lot every point in order to make that work. And then you've got to land every point, which unfortunately she ends up with. She gets the attack, ends up in guard. It's a nice idea. But you just see the consistency from Bhavani Devi. Every time she gets that attack, her distance, her timing, her rhythm, absolutely spot on. And again, she starts slow with one step, waits, extends it, 15-5, Bhavani Devi into the final, the defending champion, probably the favourite coming into the event. We are going to jump across now to the red piste, where a loud Australian crowd is cheering Vasilyeva on our left. Veronika Vasilyeva of Australia, 10-5 up against Sophia Potter of England. 8-2 it was at the break. So 3 apiece now with that point for Vasilyeva. Well, we've seen a lot of Vasilyeva earlier. It's not dissimilar to what we've seen from Bhavani Devi. Vasilyeva maybe a bit more aggressive with her distance off the line, maybe looks to close the distance a bit more to force and provoke responses from her opponents. And you can see how she did that there. So Potter's calling for a video review. She thinks her first one hit. Timing of the lights, I'm inclined to agree with the referee, Sam McClellan, who said the first one missed. And after looking at it on video, they have agreed. Aggression from Vasilyeva, what she's so good at. We've seen it today. She gets on the front foot by being brave. She takes a risk by committing really quite far into the middle of the piste. And if she does make the final, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out against Bhavani Devi, who doesn't commit quite as far. This time Potter's able to take advantage in the middle, pushes, lands the attack. I feel like maybe on this one Vasilyeva didn't quite push as far into the middle of the piece. wasn't quite as confident in what wasn't quite as aggressive in what she was doing. This time, though, this is the risk. You know, we talk about it. Risk of she's taking a risk. One of the risks when she goes in that deep is it means that if she stops, it can be taken up off of her. However, it means that she can attack confidently. (8:14). Potter still in this. She's called for video. I think this is maybe more in hope than in anything else. Felt like Vasilyeva was maybe a step behind. And the referee agrees, stays with his call. The score is 8-14. Again, you can see Vasilyeva comes in aggressively. She scores with the counter-attack, though. That aggressive front foot style in the middle of the piece makes it very, very difficult for Potter to build her attacks with confidence, and that's what ends up happening. And Vasilyeva is able to pick up the timing. Excellent from the world-ranked junior number 12, Veronika Vasilyeva. She goes into the final. She will face Bhavani Devi at approximately 6:30 this evening. We will have now, however, a short break. And then it will be time for the women's foil semi-final, which will begin very soon. Join us then. Thank you very much. Welcome back to Sportstock, the University of East London, for the 2022 Commonwealth Fencing Championships. We are here now for our second set of semi-finals, which is the women's individual foil semi-finals, taking place on the blue and the red pistes. You are free to watch whichever one of those you like on the dedicated streams. On the commentary, we will be focusing on the blue piste. In the semi-finals, we will have defending champion from the 2018 championships in Canberra, Chloe Dixon of Scotland, taking on Kate Beardmore of England. That will be on the blue piste, refereed by Pablo Acevedo and with Mads Herskov on the video. On the red piste, if you would prefer to watch that, is Kezia Beattie of Northern Ireland taking on Tegan Williams-Stewart of England. The referee for that match will be Nicola Shackleton, and on video, Joseph Pearce. Red piste available for you if you find it through the Fencing Vision YouTube channel, or if you would like to stay here with us on the commentary, we will be remaining on the blue piste for Dixon against Beardmore. Dixon on the left, Beardmore on the right. Dixon, of course, well known in these championships, the gold medalist from 2018 in Canberra. Beardmore came through the bronze medalist and fourth seed Katie Smith of Scotland. So the bronze medalist from Canberra 2018, and at the time she was the fourth seed. Beardmore came through as the lower seed, knocked her out in the last 16, and then had a comfortable victory over Semmel of New Zealand into the semi-final where she finds herself now. Dixon came through a tight quarter-final match with her teammate Mary McLaughlin, winning that 15-13. And before that, in the last 16, she defeated Nora Siegel of Canada 15-7. We're here now for the semi-final, which has just got underway. These two will know each other extremely well, teammates on the Great Britain team and squad. They've met many times before in British Championships as well. When we've watched both of these earlier, the first thing we've been really looking out for has been what both athletes are doing with the distance. And in particular, both of these have looked quite comfortable fencing close, both in attack and defense. But then also being able to and being willing to change the distance to fence from much, much further away, whether it's to attack from further away or whether it's to hold and be patient in defense. Early doors, saw in the previous press from Dixon, she was pressing from close and being calm, and relaxed. Yes, finishing off target, but she won't be too worried about that at this stage. Beardmore, to begin with, kind of looking like she's wanting to play it from slightly further away, maybe looking to give herself some room to then accelerate into. So far, both Dixon and Beardmore making use of the line so that they can force the attacking or the pressing fencer to have to come a little bit closer to clear the line, and then they're able to attack. Nice from Dixon. She accelerates in close. Beardmore looks to step away, and as she's looking to step away, maybe she's closer than she wanted to be. That's when Dixon just extends into a long lunge to score. Very close now, the distance. You can see Beardmore employing something that looks really quite similar to what McLaughlin was doing in the latter stages of her match against Dixon, where she was building her attack in phases. So starting slow, and then as the distance looked like it would start to get close, she would accelerate, and that would either push Dixon back or force her to commit to a counterattack that she can then finish. So it's interesting to see Beardmore looking like she's employing a similar tactic, and you can see there, that's how she gets on the scoreboard. Starts from further away, accelerates as the distance starts to close. You can see Dixon, maybe she looks for a parry, maybe a counterattack, but that's how she was able to score. Dixon interested in this one. Yes, she didn't get a line, but what she's really interested in is she put the line out to draw Beardmore in. Was Beardmore's attack considered as having stopped that Dixon then took up and missed, or was it considered one attack from Beardmore? The referee, from the dialogue, looks like the referee was saying, in their opinion, it was one continuous attack. And interesting again, so in the previous match with McLaughlin, we saw that there was a rhythm that Dixon was moving in, and so she was sort of press, then pause, press, then pause, and it was in and around that pause that McLaughlin was looking to score. And you can see there, as Dixon came into that moment of pause, that's when Beardmore took up the attack and looked to score. So early doors, it looks like Beardmore has got, at the very least, she's got a first initial plan for how she would like to start fencing this. Be interesting to see how that develops. If you remember back to the last 16 match with Katie Smith and Kate Beardmore that we watched, Beardmore was really, really strong in the moment of transition. So as both of those fences came to a stop, then Beardmore pretty much every time was the one to take it up and score. Similar thing here. Beardmore really quick, really balanced, and she's able to, on that moment of pause, she can then accelerate and start to immediately take the attack. Good early signs from Beardmore. You can see a strategy for offense, you can see a strategy for defense, and again, it's that same thing. Keeping the distance just a little bit wider, accelerating in, she draws the response. She's either going to draw a response from Dixon, which she will look to try and score with, or maybe Dixon will back off, in which case she will ease and build again. Nice from Dixon. So you can see, just by keeping the line out, she's making it so that Beardmore has to deal with it, and then as soon as Beardmore deals with it, Dixon is in close, draws something. That will give her some hope, give her something to work with. She's going to be looking to try and just derail this this wide distance that Beardmore's employing early on. Very nice from Dixon. You think, did Beardmore really set that up? We know that she's looking for that moment where Dixon pauses. Did she really set that up? Nice again from Dixon. It's closing down the distance, but you feel like maybe Beardmore just got maybe a touch ahead of herself. This time, Dixon starts first. Both pause, Dixon starts first slowly. Beardmore may be caught in two minds, not sure whether to take it up, not sure whether to go for the counterattack. Ended up kind of doing neither. Gave Dixon the opportunity to restart on the pause. Beardmore pressing, accelerating from space. So for Beardmore's attack, Dixon's defense, we've got a routine, we've got a pattern that's been set. If Beardmore's given space, she will attack through it and score. Very nice from Dixon. She can do this too. Slightly different approach though. Dixon will aggressively close the distance, still waiting, still holding that hand back, forcing a response with the urgency that she's closing the distance, and then she will score. 6-all as we now head into the minute break. So we can see there's dynamics appearing all over this match. When Beardmore's attacking, it's a trade-off, it's a fight between whether Beardmore's able to create space and then accelerate through it, or whether Dixon's able to, through deception, through fakes, through use of the line, whether she's able to keep it close. When Dixon's on the offensive, it's really about that moment in the build-up of Dixon's attack where there's that natural pause in her rhythm. So when it's push, push, pause, what is then happening? In this early phase, we saw with Dixon's last attack, she's attacking through that pause. So rather than it being a consistent rhythm, she's attacking through it aggressively closing the distance and using that collapse of distance to force a response from Beardmore. In the last instance, it was a counterattack. Later on, it could be a parry. And that's how she's scored her points. It will be interesting to see how that develops. In the quarterfinal against McLaughlin, what Dixon started doing was keeping that same rhythm where she would press, press, pause, but she just opened the distance, which meant that McLaughlin wasn't able to capitalize and score and take advantage of the pauses. Here we are, press, press, pause, press, and there's the pause. Now what we're going to get through, we're going to get an attack through it. It's patient from Dixon, but it's so patient from Beardmore. You can see both of them playing cat and mouse with this press and pause rhythm. And in the end of the piece, nowhere left to go. Dixon goes for the attack. Beardmore at full stretch, waits it out, takes the parry. It's still the attack from Beardmore. And maybe Dixon will feel a little bit hard done. It felt like the distance wasn't quite there for the counterattack. It was very, very close to being successful. It's maybe just half a step too far away before when Dixon launched. Frustration from the off target there from Dixon. Again, she's closed the distance aggressively, forced the response, taken advantage of it, lands off target. Attack from Beardmore. The referee, Pablo Acevedo, wants a look. Was there a parry? We can't hear that from here, and they won't be able to hear it necessarily on the video. They might be able to infer it, though, from the timing of the lights. But it's the same sort of rhythm, right? Beardmore, as soon as she's got space, she's accelerating in with her first step, capturing space, and then looking to finish. Referee's taking a good look at it. They're saying nothing wrong with the attack. 8-6 Beardmore. And again, wide distance equals good attack for Beardmore. This time, Dixon attacking from further, changing it up. We talked about that at the start, that both of these fencers are comfortable fencing close, but they're really, really creative with how they expand or shrink the space. Pressing now from Dixon. There's the pause. You can see, and it's nice. What Dixon's doing well here, and you can see why she's frustrated, landed off target a couple of times. Just at the moment where would be coming to pause, she's just putting in a little half-step acceleration. And it's just making Beardmore doubt her defense a little bit. And you can see as she attacks there, she's still really balanced. Every time Dixon's attacked, she's been really balanced, and it's meant that she's able to take the counter riposte a number of times today. What's happening with the distance? Seems like Dixon doesn't really want to keep pressing that. Interesting, you can see, okay, now, so Dixon knows that there's going to be a trigger point when Beardmore finds that distance she's going to go. So the question will be, can you anticipate the line, counterattack, and then block it out? In this instance, Dixon very comfortable doing that. Beardmore changing up the line, still attacking with that same distance, landing off target on this instance. In close, referee calls halt, no touch. 9-8 as we are into the second half of the second period. Attack is from the right. Again, Beardmore really sharp, really aggressive. She's well balanced, you can see it. She's able to go forward, able to go backwards, really comfortable in both directions. Nice from Beardmore. Dixon was doing well. She closed the distance up, but then she just let it open a touch. And as soon as she let it open, there's the space for Beardmore to accelerate. Beardmore's attack has been very strong all match. A banker hit for her. Dixon's not really pressed her attack much in this match. It'd be interesting to see if it's something that she looks to employ as we enter this sort of third phase. It feels like she's focused more of her energy and more of her attention on sort of trying to pull apart Beardmore's own attack. There's the attack from distance. Lands off target. You just feel that there's... Earlier on in this match, Dixon was employing the line and was using it as a tool to force Beardmore in close. She seems to have abandoned that as a tactic. Opened the space. It's risky. And she's punished for it. She opened the space up. You saw her hold the space close. She opened it up, inviting Beardmore to come through. Beardmore only too happy to oblige. Dixon will be frustrated with her attack 3 times now. That one missing completely, 2 previous ones where have landed off target. She's set up the attack well, just not been able to capitalize on the good setup work. And it seems like she's not really been as confident in then using that attack, which you would like to see her doing, and it means that she's not confident doing it, and Beardmore can capitalize with a counterattack of her own. You just feel like maybe Dixon's confidence, she's not as certain on her attack. She doesn't feel like she's got that same kind of banker that Beardmore's had. And it means that she's not sure exactly where to go with the attack. What's the line? Where's the obvious opening? It means that twice now Beardmore's been able to pick her off with counterattacks. 13-9 the score. Beardmore deciding clearly that counterattacks are the order of the day, varying them up, sometimes closing out. We saw that earlier on. This last one a duck, and previous to that she's counterattacked and skipped away. 5 seconds now. This now should be yes, point for Dixon, and you can see what Beardmore's looking for. She's looking for that counterattack. She's scored with it twice. It makes sense. Minute break. You can see why she's trying to do it. It's worked really well. It'd be nice to see now, maybe will she now, having created that sort of threat of the counterattack, will she now change up and look for a parry? With Dixon, I do think that if she can find some kind of way through for her attack, that could be her route back in. She's not really been able to impose herself on Beardmore's attacking game, and Beardmore's been really strong in how she's used the distance. So it feels like finding some way that she can attack with confidence will be a key for getting Dixon back into this match, but she only has a couple points left and not really much margin of error to play for. Over on red, if you're interested in the score over there, William Stewart has just possibly scored, not sure. The moment the score is 8-5 in the second period. The referees have just gone to have a look at the video. But William Stewart leading Kezia Beattie 8-5, and the referees have just returned, and the score is now 9-5 to William Stewart. As we return, third and final period on the blue piste, Chloe Dixon, defending reigning champion from Canberra 2018, on our left with 10. Kate Beardmore of England currently leads with 13. Wide distance. Wide distance, and you feel like Dixon's playing with fire here a little bit, letting Beardmore have that distance. And again, it's wide. It's close now, but every time she leaves it close, nice change from Beardmore, just holding the blade. Just disarming that counter-attack nicely. Now, what will Dixon be looking to do in this press here? Is she going to look to find a route through for her attack? Feels like she's quite comfortable actually to let it go. And then go back to work on Beardmore's attack. Can she solve this puzzle? It's not been obvious. It's not been easy for her this match. Next point. Very important. And here we go. Counter-attacks working for Beardmore. She's varied them really, really well too. You can see that Dixon's not really been clear on how she wants to land her attacks. And the consequence is that Beardmore's been able to take advantage, score with a variety of counter-offensive actions. Pressing now. When the distance is there, you feel like Beardmore will accelerate, look to score. Dixon holding close, but she holds close and then opens out. And nice from Dixon, faked the opening of the distance. Beardmore was waiting for it, saw it, and then it was more just a lean back from Dixon, and then she slammed the door shut. But Beardmore's attack is feeling really good at the moment. In close, blades tangled, blades passed, nothing there. Attack now from Beardmore, surely, surely. It is. Dixon goes to the video. She wants a look, but you feel that Beardmore started. She started slow. She let the counter-attack come. She finished. This will surely be attack for Beardmore. Attack is given. Pablo Acevedo, after consulting with Mads Herskov, comes back, confirms his decision. Beardmore through to the final, 15-10. And we will immediately jump to the red piste, where William Stewart of England on our left. She is 11-6 up of Kezia Beattie of Northern Ireland. And it's a strong attack from William Stewart to go to 12. All day when we've watched William Stewart, what we've seen is very aggressive early takings of the blade that have just meant that it's impossible for her opponents to build any kind of momentum or any kind of pressure on her. And then she's been able to employ her own attack, which has been positive and calm. There's a lovely counter-attack from William Stewart. The threat of the blade take is there. Beattie's looking... coming forwards. There's the blade take, and William Stewart is on. She's on good distance, holds it back, waits, picks a moment. Beattie attacking from open space. You can see she's going from a long way out. Normally you would say that you want to attack from wider distance, but there is a limit to that. And you feel like Beattie's attacking from just a touch too far out, and a big part of that will be the threat of William Stewart being able to just find that blade early and turn the attack around. Wide distance here. And there's the parry, William Stewart. She can mix up when she takes that blade. Sometimes she looks for it. She looked for it early, unable to find it, but her hand is so fast she's able to come back round and find it late with the parry. 14-6, William Stewart. And there you can see she looks for it early, spins around, looks for it late, still doesn't find it. There's the counter-attack, off target. There's a lot for Beattie to worry about with her attack. William Stewart putting the pressure on, finds the parry, cannot land the riposte on target. "20 seconds remaining in this, the second period. And it is given as attack from William Stewart. She started first. Epee going for video. Referees will want a good look at this. Nicola Shackleton of New Zealand, the referee, Joe Pearce of England, the video. Both waiting around the on-guard lines. Taking a long time on this video, which suggests that maybe this will be overturned, possibly abstained. William Stewart is waiting around the on-guard line. She thinks she started first. She thinks it's her attack, but with the referees taking a good look at this, it feels like this might now be moving more towards abstention territory, in which case back on guard for the final 16 seconds. Let's see. Referees come back. They put the fencers back on guard and no touch given. William Stewart pressing. Can she find her way through? Almost off target. BT currently pinned to her back line. No real way out. William Stewart consistently finding the blade, but she doesn't need it. BT takes the parry. She looks to start her attack. She's so worried about William Stewart's ability to find the blade that she opens herself up for the counter-attack. William Stewart through to the final 15-6. She will face her teammate, Kate Beardmore, in the final. That concludes our coverage of the women's foil semi-finals. We are going to take a very short break, and then we will be back for the semi-finals of the men's individual epee. Join us again then. Thank you. Welcome back to Sports Stock at the University of East London for the 2022 Commonwealth Fencing Championships. We are here now at the business end of day one with the semi-finals of the individual senior men's epee. Our semi-finalists today will be Jonathan Woolard of Scotland and Will East of England compete against each other on the blue piste, and then on the red piste, Matthew Cooper of England taking on his teammate Joe Chung, also of England. Both of these matches will be taking place concurrently, so we will be staying with the blue piste to watch Woolard against East, but if you would like to watch the other semi-final between Cooper and Chung, that will be on the dedicated red piste stream, which you can find through the Fencing Vision YouTube channel. But for now, we will be on the blue piste. Top seed Woolard of Scotland will be on our right. Will East of England will be on our left. Will East at the 2018 Junior Commonwealth Championships in Newcastle, England, took the gold in the juniors. So he is already a Commonwealth Championship gold medalist, and he will be looking to now consolidate his move from juniors into seniors. The only question will be which medal. Remember, you can go to the red piste through the dedicated link, and you will be able to watch the other semi-final. We will be staying here on blue. Referee for this match is Australia's Dave Baker. Early stages, you can see the distance close. Woolard holding a really composed, compact shape when the distance is close, and that's really good to see, and it'll be really good confidence boost for him, being able to keep disciplined even when you're at point to guard distance. And you see him there looking to go in over the top. East is ready, equally composed, takes the parry and scores. Again, I'll be looking out initially, what are the fencers trying to do with the distance? You can see Woolard looking insistent with his point, just on the target, all the way, and he's looking to just close the distance and keep it closed. East looks like there's a bit more play there from him, opening and closing the distance. So it'll be interesting to see how these two strategies line up, and then what are the tactics that are going to evolve out of the course of this. But early stages, looks like Woolard looking to close the distance, East looking to play a bit more with it. And that's why we've got this flow now where it's the action has been going down towards East's end of the piste in these sort of opening minute or so. And it's interesting as well because the distance is close already as we're in, it's between on guard and warning line. But then it closing up even more as we get into the on guard line, towards the back line, because East will be just aware on some level of where his back line is, and the distance will be just closing up again and start to just close almost at a subconscious level. And that's where Woolard will look to take his opportunities. East being a little bit more dynamic now, the in and the out just a bit more dramatic. So going further out and then going more aggressively in. And this time Woolard looks to go in over the top. East skips back out of the way and then scores over the top of him. Taking advantage, just staying really mobile. You can see the effect that Woolard's having here. It's really consistent pressure that he's building keeping his point on or around the wrist of East. And it means that when East is trying to do anything, he's looking to try and clear the blade, trying to do something to get it out of the way before making an action of his own. But it does create opportunities that Willard can capitalize on. It's suffocating, really, what Willard is doing with the distance. He's not coming in and out with it. He's just pressing and keeping it close, keeping that point on or around the guard and being really disciplined with it. East looking for a bit more play, looking to try and open out and use changing distance, changing rhythm to create his timing. And that's nice here. Just as he steps in, goads Willard into looking for the blade, and that's where he creates his opportunity. A quick exchange as the distance collapses. East alive to it, dynamic with his change of direction, and scores. Willard back to pressing. Interesting approach from East, looking to just go pretty much immediately, not waiting around for the distance to start to close. He just goes straight away. He's got a one-hit lead, so he maybe thought it was worth just giving Willard something to think about. And again, a double action. He's not doing anything to close the distance himself, is East. He's not doing anything to... He's letting Willard really have the run of the setup, which so far he's got enough variety in his game with his between parries, between counterattacks and being able to hit over the top, that he's able to exploit that, and that's what's given him his one-hit lead. It'd be interesting to see if he's able to keep that variety going into the second period, and whether he'll be able to keep building the lead. For Willard, it'd be very interesting to see if he's going to keep up with this suffocating distance that he's employing, or if he's going to look to try and change up into the second period. 7-6 the score. We're in the minute break. East on our left of England, leading 7-6. Over on red in the other semi-final, Matthew Cooper of England is leading teammate Joe Chung of 6-2. So then into the second period. Feels like Willard is the one setting the distance, but East, with his variety, his technical and tactical variation, has been able to just make it so that Willard is not able to capitalize, not able to score. It's the risk, I suppose, of having to push the distance in the way that he is, which means that he's not able to, he has to react to everything. He has to almost second guess or anticipate what East is going to do. And as we saw there, aggressive attack from a wider distance from East. East has got a good technical variety, and it means that it's much, much harder. This time, though, the pressure tells. Willard in and scores. Levels it up at 8 apiece, and it'll be interesting to see what psychologically will coming back level have an impact on either of these fencers. East just taking a moment to tighten the pommel of his epee. He's back on guard now. As you were, distance building. East's just staying a little bit on the edge, just maybe seeing if he can induce Willard to try and close that distance a bit more urgently. Willard so far staying patient, happy to let the back line do the real work for him, but then as the distance really collapses, feels like that's maybe where East is at his most dynamic and able to take advantage and score. Feel like if East is able to maybe get a 2 or 3 hit buffer and accelerates from out of distance, the variety of Will East is just giving him the opportunity to pick off hits. 2 hits the gap now. Wow. If Willard looks to continue this pressing approach, it will be interesting if East just hangs back, keeps the distance open, and tries to encourage Willard to try and press more aggressively than he would want to. And again, over the top. Because he's varying up the timing and the distance at which he's going, East is creating a lot of problems for Willard, and at the distance that he's wanting to fence, he can't react to everything, so he has to pick it. And at the moment, East looks like he's one step ahead with his ideas. Sometimes he's interrupting, sometimes he's parrying and scoring over the top. Good technical and tactical variety from the English fencer. 4 hits the lead now. What is Willard's answer for this going to be? Is he going to be looking to take the initiative maybe himself? He's been very patient with setting the distance, but it's allowed East to be comfortable in how he's setting himself up. Referee Dave Baker just going to the video on this. Was East off the piste, or had he passed before he made the scoring hit? The referee just want to make sure. I feel like he's maybe more likely that he was off the piste rather than passing. We will see. Over on red, Cooper 10-7 up against Chung. Referee Dave Baker on his way back now to blue. Referee says it was your second action, so he's looking at passing, and so it did not count. East camped on his back line. Willard applying the pressure, closing the distance, suffocating, and this time he just lives there a little bit longer, maybe. And I think maybe this is one of the differences. Willard's had no real trouble getting East to the back line, but then maybe he's jumped early, maybe he's jumped at something too soon. He has to respond, he has to be reactive to whatever it is that East is doing because of the variety that East is showing in the distance that Willard is fencing, but he just waited there longer for the genuine mistake from East. And then he's able to go in and score. Pressing again. This time Willard attacks much, much sooner than before. Maybe the beginnings of just a change of tactics. But East camping back, camping back, camping back. It's energetic from Willard, but at the moment it doesn't feel like he's picking the moment he wants to. It feels more like he's being forced into having to go when he gets a response from East. And as a consequence, 13-9 now. And East attacks from out of distance. It's really nice the way he just pulled back. Willard, wanting to close up the distance, comes with him. An immediate change of direction from East. He's kept the distance open well and just showed really nice variety throughout this fight as Will East. And here it is. Immediately though, one light up. Immediately though, East says that he hits the floor. Off target. You can see over the top, eventually over the top, misses, down to foot, misses, back over the top, onto the arm. 15-9, Will East, the gold medalist from the 2018 Junior Commonwealths in Newcastle, through to the final. We will now hop over to the red piste for the conclusion of the other semi-final. Matthew Cooper of England on our right, 13-10 up against teammate Joe Chung on the left. Just under 20 seconds left in the second period. Last 10 seconds now. We've watched Cooper a couple of times today, and what's been really impressive has been just, I've called it the way that he's fencing in his own bubble. You know, he's sat at a distance, he's got a good compact on guard shape, his point is hanging. And it looks like, you know, we've not been here for the rest of this match, we're joining it very late at 13-11, but it looks like Chung's speed and Chung's dynamism has not necessarily been able to throw Cooper off of his game. He's looked really composed all day. You're into the final minute break now before they go into the final period of 3 minutes. And this will be our last semi-final before we have a short break. There will then be an opening ceremony at approximately 6 o'clock local time, which is in about half an hour. and then we will be into the first final of the championships, which will be the individual senior women's sabre, followed by individual senior women's foil, and then finally individual senior men's epee. Final period now in this men's epee semi-final, the last of the semi-finals for today. See immediately Cooper looking calm. Maybe a touch more animated than we've seen him in previous matches. More deliberate provocations and fakes. But it's beautiful timing from Cooper, and he stares out into the crowd. Short action to close the distance. Chung thinks he's got a moment to attack over. It's a beautiful setup from Cooper, who scores over the top of it. And down to the foot, Cooper roars to the crowd. Drops down to the foot, scores. He is through to the final, 15-12. You can see he is delighted. Very nice final touch from Matt Cooper. He will face his teammate Will East in the final. That brings to an end the semi-final stages of today's competition, day one of the 2022 Commonwealth Fencing Championships. We will be taking a short break, and then we will be back in approximately half an hour for the opening ceremony, and then we will be in for the finals, which will begin with individual senior women's sabre, then individual senior women's foil, and finally individual senior men's epee. Will East taking on Matthew Cooper. Join us then. Thank you very much for watching.